Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect
You
and
got
just
the
fly on.
passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy style was disgusting, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your disrespect and just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your disrespect and just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This soil is sacred.
We said what we said
It's time.
for y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Not far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Not far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Not far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Not far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root. built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our right. We happiness. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, and now we reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that? Do you like that? You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean that. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. Point made. No edit. No edit. No care. No care.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank you. I'm your host, Chan Crewman, and I might be solo dolo tonight, unless Lady Che joins me. Because I think Shabaka went to sleep. We just did a 3.5 hour show of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on the late, great Dr. Percy Newton, Huey P. Newton, and on late Mr. Jesse Jackson. So now we're back with Frontline Black News, continuation of the Frontline Black News, of part 3 of episode 13 of season 6. I said it backwards, but y'all get the gist. And I'm your host, Chan Crewman. And like I said, they might be joining us. I don't know. I might just be solo dolo tonight. We shall see. Or this morning, because it's morning now. It's after midnight. And on this season 6, episode 13, part 3, continuation of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is the Essence Fest. We covered that yesterday, but we had to hear from our good Professor Black True on that. So I'm gonna play that. Then we got I'm trying to pull it up. Then we got First Generation takes issue with alleged FBA commenter for saying she isn't black. Well, get used to it. Then we got white man put in his place for recording without permission in Ghana. Well, it's about damn time the so-called diaspora got on goddamn code, especially on the continent of Al-Cuban, now known as Africa. And then we got cop threatens to kill innocent black teen in traffic stop after anti-ICE protests. Why the hell he was out there, I don't understand, but we got that. And then we got the life and legacy of Neely Jr. He rests in power. He transitioned a little over a year ago now at the age of 94. And last and certainly not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news, my term. I coined it back in 2016. And our local Denver / Aurora news that we get the news. We are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Frontline and Black First perspective. We are a part of the Frontline Black News and are also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. And we have been around for 6 seasons now and counting. And we have several platforms that are a part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one we started back in 2020, 2021. It's Black Experience Enhanced. It's based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. Started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure you like and share the broadcast. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2, my personal page, just a Paris, aka Chan Crewman. That's where we stream all the city council and local events here in Denver, and the food bank as well. And then we got Lady Chase channel, the Revolutionary Agenda, the RBA. Make sure y'all set up to that. We got our Cuzzo out the Bay Area, our Loke, Jay Militant, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. And we got our certified B1 comrade here in Denver, Colorado, Kukizi, one of the dopest MCs out of the town. It's not the dopest. His link is also in the description. Then we got Breeze Omega, our brother out of Virginia. It's also an MC. Breeze Omega, make sure y'all sub to his channel. Then we got the Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. And last but not least, we got our brother Black Truth United. The young brother who came up with the B1 Rolodex, which is the modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses all over this country. And yours truly is in it for my political work. So make sure y'all check that out and make sure y'all hit them links to submit a business to the Rolodex. Then we got the petition for reparations. Make sure y'all sign that as well. And support Lady Chase GoFundMe as well. And we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 areas or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition in all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And yeah. So RIP to the late great Neely Jr., ProduceJustice.com. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. Also by Neely Jr. And I certainly not least, sorry, I'm getting sleepy, y'all, and tongue-tied. Racism and white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that's by the late great Dr. Francis Chris Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. And she would have been 90 this year. And shout out to Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, so I'm gonna hop right into it with this Essence Fest, which we covered the night before. We had to hear from the good professor. So go ahead, Professor Black Truth. I've been listening to Professor Black Truth for over 10 years. He's definitely a prophet of his time, of our time, and everything he has said has come to pass. So salute to him.
Foundational Black Americans dumped Essence Fest last year. And how much of an impact did that have? Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Foundational Black Americans dumped Essence Fest last year. And how much of an impact did that have? We need to ask the question because the tethers, foreign flags, bootlicks, and other assorted trash are always saying, you FBAs don't matter. You can't impact anyone's bottom line. You're all just online. Nothing you do translates to the real world. People like Richelieu Dennis are smarter than you. They got more money than you. Nothing you do is even going to bother someone like that. So stop kidding yourselves. You should just give up on this nonsense. After all, everyone's laughing at you, right? Well, you can call this the day the laughter died. Don't look now, but we're finally seeing how profitable Essence Fest 2025 was, and not surprisingly, they're in the red, deep in the red. Not only did that bootleg jamboree not make a profit, they owe a lot of money to, well, basically everyone. Essence Fest owes the Ernest Morial Convention Center in New Orleans more than $400,000 from last year's event, and they're past due on paying at least one major contractor. And this is happening to them at the very moment that they're desperately and pathetically hoping to get state government money from Louisiana to fund this year's Essence Fest. These charges of over $400,000 represents more than 60% of their charges for the event. So what that means is, if this reporting is correct, and we have every reason to believe that it is, these guys haven't paid more than 50% of what their charges are. Never mind that the convention center requires that the balances have to be settled within 30 days of an event. Well, it looks like Tetherfest missed that deadline by a few days. For Richelieu and the rest of Tether magazine, they've been getting money not only from gullible Negroes silly enough to still patronize them, but they've also been getting a windfall from the state. Louisiana's government is notoriously corrupt, and New Orleans is the epicenter for all of that, so they've been giving money to Essence Fest without really requiring anything from them. But it seems the powers that be in Louisiana have gotten tired of humoring the likes of Richelieu Dennis. In 2025, the Louisiana legislature set aside $1.2 million for Essence Fest. That's down from the $3 million that they gave those people just the year before in 2024. So the Louisiana legislature cut the money that they were giving to Richelieu Dennis by more than 50% in only 1 year. But on a side note, if you live in Louisiana, these are your tax dollars at work. And this is no accident. Foundational Black Americans can't get anything from the government in terms of funding. Brother Tariq has talked about this. Meanwhile, these tethers are being handed millions. And don't kid yourself. The people in these legislatures and these governmental offices who give the money to these guys, they know exactly who it is that they're giving it to. They know what their background is. And that's what greases the skids. Essence officials have repeatedly said that they need more support from the city and the state to make this year's festival a success. Yeah, I'll bet they need all the help they can get after last year's implosion. Now, what does it say that the most well-known and largest Black American festival is begging the state for money? That means they need government subsidies. And just to show you why New Orleans' Black Miss Leadership class helped Essence Fest to degenerate into what it is, the current mayor has put together a dream team of bootlicks led by former Mayor Morial and Cedric Richmond, formerly of the Biden administration, who has a solid track record of prioritizing immigrants over foundational Black Americans. And this is who's going to return Essence Fest to its former glory, a collection of tethers, bootlicks, and political punks. I won't hold my breath on that one. Dennis Richelieu has said that the festival has had significantly lower support from corporate sponsors in 2025. He blames that on corporations abandoning things like the DEI efforts that they claim to be undertaking. People like Caroline Wanga, who worked at Target, she was their DEI spokesperson. We see how well that worked out. But as far as significantly lower support from corporations, he ought to be looking at the significantly lower support he's been getting from the Black community. The wealthy white folks that Richelieu's been in bed with, they're not ponying up money to subsidize this stunt. Just like the Democrats, these tethers think that they're going to seamlessly replace foundational Black Americans with some other political or social base. And it just keeps failing because there is no substitute for the political or economic legitimacy we represent. There's a reason these other groups couldn't get anything going where they are. That's not an insult, it's a fact. If these other places had something going on, then why isn't Tetherfest packing up and going to those places instead? Richelieu and company want to center Africa. They openly declared that the Essence Fest was now going to be about prioritizing Africa and deprioritizing foundational Black Americans, that they would use Essence Fest to make Africa the focus of the world. Well, since they're whining about the Louisiana legislature and New Orleans and white corporations not giving them money, why don't they just ask all those African countries they're trying to appeal to for the cash? After all, this is their festival now, so they need to support it. Except they're not, because they never do. The same way that they don't produce or promote or support anything for their own people in Africa, if you're going to bet all your chips on the motherland, then you better not complain when it comes up snake eyes. See, this is why Dennis the dummy is in the U.S. and he's not in Africa. This is why Marcus Garvey had to come here, and every single other African and Caribbean figure of note also had to do the same. If you're seriously trying to empower Black people, or if you're just a Black person trying to empower yourself, you can't get around the fact that all roads lead through the FBA community, because this is literally the only place on earth where if you wave the flag of Black pride, you'll actually find some people who will salute it. In Africa and the Caribbean, that doesn't happen. You have a bunch of colonized mindsets, people who see themselves as British subjects or French expatriates. Basically, they see themselves as dark-skinned Europeans. And this is made worse when you consider that they have an open disdain for all things Black, including themselves. This utter contempt for Blackness begins with Africa and the Caribbean so-called leaders, by which I mean both their political and alleged business leaders. Where are all the African and Caribbean politicians and businessmen running to support Essence Fest now? They're not there. For the same reason that you have all these African and Caribbean migrants being rounded up, slapped around, humiliated, and these African leaders ain't saying boo about it. They won't even stick up for their own people. What kind of moron thinks they're going to come here and support a tether convention? They didn't support the tethers when they were in Africa. Only a lobotomized idiot would think that they're going to suddenly change heart now. See, Richelieu Dennis confused the opportunities and the support that we made possible with actually thinking that it came from him. Right now, he's seeing what happens when that support is merely reduced. He has yet to see what happens when that support collapses entirely. And the failure to pay the vendors has become a political problem for Richelieu and his pals. The chairman of the Louisiana Legislature's Appropriations Committee said that Essence officials will have to come to Baton Rouge to explain the delayed payments if they want to secure more funds. Quote, any event that doesn't pay its bills after we give it funding, that's a problem. Reports are Essence also owes a local production company more than $1 million, according to a source familiar with the situation. Essence is, of course, trying to put a pretty face on all this bad news, but they've reportedly declined to say how much they still owe their vendors. So they're not even telling people how much they owe. Well, I mean, whatever the number is not that high. How much is it? We can't tell you. Gee, wasn't it the white media telling us what a brilliant businessman Richelieu Dennis is? And of course, you got the suck-ups and the bootlicks who also work for the white media who were repeating that same line. Oh yeah, all these scumbags across the board say Richelieu Dennis, he's a brilliant businessman, such a great businessman. More like a great BS artist. So for those of you keeping score, Essence Fest now reportedly owes $1.5 million to a number of different parties after last year's complete failure. This goes to show what an utter and total disaster that it was, because foundational Black Americans turned their backs on it. I tell you, these tethers, they don't believe in paying nobody, do they? Well, at least they're consistent. Go back and listen to my commentary about the fall of Essence Fest last year, and the main thing I harped on was that these tethers don't do square business. They do dirtbag business. This is what happened because foundational Black Americans decided that Essence Fest had to die. But that was because the fools who ran it made it a point to spit in our faces. And this is the result. So much for, oh, the FBA opinion doesn't matter. Whatever you guys do, it doesn't matter. You guys could all turn your backs on it, doesn't matter. Yeah, well, it looks like it mattered a lot, didn't it? Last year's so-called event was a full-on fiasco. Booths weren't open when they were supposed to be. There were all kinds of new fees and charges for everything. And the entertainers who were there were playing to an empty audience. People like Richelieu Dennis, or who white power wants us to think of as a black leader. This fool couldn't even lead a convention. These are people who lie, cheat, swindle, refuse to pay people, the whole nine. This is exactly why Africa and the Caribbean failed to build a robust economy. Richelieu Dennis, who is from Africa, he failed to build a robust economy there. And this is the reason why. He's showing you exactly how these guys been doing business. And this is why we had to delineate, because we got tired of people like that pulling stuff like this. The reason the tethers have no problem dumping on us and disrespecting our culture and lineage is because they never respected their own culture or their own lineage. The reason the tethers made common cause with white supremacy so easily and so quickly is precisely because they've taken the same mindset. That's how you get people like Caroline Wanga, formerly of Essence. Her family was literally collaborators with the East African slave trade, and she came over here to undermine us. This woman comes from a family of anti-Black traders. That's her lineage. And this is the reason why lineage matters. We got all kinds of people who white power has handpicked and selectively elevated because of their background. People who white power engineered the placing of them in positions over us, with white power funding them, backing them up, bigging them up, going ahead, making them prominent, giving them plenty of publicity, and then falsely claiming these are Black leaders, people who show blatant open contempt for us. The tethers see themselves as the head Negroes in charge, the new overseer bootlick class. But before they can start barking out the orders, first they have to erase our identity. So of course they came in and declared that they were going to erase us from our own events, but that they were going to replace us with their own foreign identity and agenda. Well, now that Essence Fest has been taken over by tethers and it's going to become Africa Fest, I say let all those Africans who they were trying to cater to patronize them from now on. Though I gotta warn you, with ICE on the prowl, it's gonna be kind of tough to get folks to show up. They'll have to move this thing to Nigeria in order to get anyone to attend. And even then, it's gonna be a modest crowd. You see, what the tethers are trying to do, at least with a lot of Black folks, is they're trying to administer a mass IQ test to see how dumb some people are. They know from experience that too many Black people have voted for nothing, gone to churches that they knew were a den of vipers, but they kept going anyway. Black folks keep watching TV shows and patronizing people who insult and denigrate us. That's the sad habit that a lot of us have engaged in. So, of course, when you have the most disrespectful people in the diaspora come around, far as they're concerned, hey, you've been taking abuse and disrespect this long, why stop now? Black people are so used to making excuses for being insulted and disrespected and facing racism and bigotry that tragically for most Black people, it's become a reflex to just make an excuse for it, try to minimize it, downplay it, and keep on spending our money and our time with the same people who insult us in the first place. It's become a reflex for too many Black people. It's one thing to understand the circumstances that we're not able to change at the moment, but it's another thing entirely to give ourselves reasons to spend money, to give our vote or our time to people and things that attack us. Essence Fest has devolved into a tether finesse, and not a very good one. It's just another janky example of why people who disrespect foundational Black Americans always wind up losing in the end. They feel very clever with themselves at first, but then fall flat the next. There's a rule about the scumbag move that the tethers tried to pull, trying to replace us with some other constituency. You don't let go of your old audience until you already have the support of whomever your new audience is going to be. But the tethers never have known anything about getting support. We are a threat to white power and its bootlicks, so they can't afford for us to be around too long because we're inevitably going to require them to do things that will undermine their own anti-Black agenda. That's why they can't wait to try to replace us, because we won't let them wait. Essence Fest is already dead. For the Black folks out there who are in denial, get over it, accept it. We pulled the plug, okay? You have to go find some meaningless party somewhere else. After all, Black folks' money should not and must not go to hostile foreigners. At this point, Essence Fest needs to be defunded. It's nothing more than a giveaway scheme for tethers and probably the corrupt politicians in New Orleans. They've declared that they're an African festival now, which means Africa needs to be funding them, not us, full stop. If they're going to be begging for money from a government, then let it be their own and not one of ours. And they can't be allowed to masquerade as if they're us, which is what they're doing. That's what a tether is. They need to be identified as an immigrant festival, not just by us, but also by these slimy white media organizations too. They should be made to identify as an immigrant function and to have to call themselves that. They're not American anything. Oh, some of the morons in the comments will say, but they are a media company. Well, as I've taught you, any media company is defined by who owns it, who controls it, and whose interests they operate in. Richelieu and Caroline Wanga are foreigners. They own and run what Essence does, and they operate in the interest of a continent on the other side of the world. That's what Essence is now, what it's been for a number of years, and that's where they need to go. But family, never underestimate the power of your voice. Everyone tries to pretend like they don't hear us, like they're not worried when we begin to speak against them. Everybody tries that ploy. They all try to put on a brave front and act like nothing has changed. But as we saw with ABC News' FBA piece, they hear us and they fear us. Why? Because we are the pulse. We walk away and they're the ones who disappear. We've always had the power. But we've also always had liars, agents, and tethers who slithered amongst us and told us not to use that power. That's because they're the ones who would get crushed. And now these exact same fork-tongued fools are quaking in their boots as they try to pretend, just like last year, that we're not having any effect and why they're not worried. Why, what, we should be concerned about you guys? Oh, that's not even important. But if these people aren't worried about what we're doing, why are they even talking about us? You'll see them in the comments section. Now that they're seeing that the wheels are falling off of Essence Fest, these same people are going to be claiming, well, y'all just don't want Black folks to have anything. Y'all just ain't supporting nothing to Black folks. I mean, if Essence Fest goes away, what is we's going to have? That's what they're going to be trying to say next. Oh yeah, we've been having a whole lot of these scumbags who suddenly have been trying to talk some faux, phony unity speak. Well, we need to be unified. We need to come together. Really? Is that what Richelieu Dennis was talking about? Was he talking about unity with the FBA community? Was that what Caroline Wanga was talking about? Or were these scumbags and pieces of garbage getting in our faces, telling us they don't have to do anything, wagging their fingers at us, insulting us, talking down to us? Is that what they were doing? Any moron who at this late date is still trying to bring up the, well, we need us some unity nonsense. You can start by asking Richelieu Dennis why he decided that he would oppose us instead of unify with us. And then you can ask all the other fools before him why they were doing the same thing. We're not in the wrong. They are. And that's the reason why these idiots who try to call themselves defending Essence Fest, they're not even pretending as if they should be asking, well, what's Richelieu Dennis's next move going to be? What's Essence Fest's next move going to be? Without the support of the foundational Black American community, their next move is going to be a U-Haul. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Dia Williams, James Hampton, Samora Morris, Faith Speaks Life, and Cedric Etheridge. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor. Their next move is going to be a U-Haul. The hell with Tetherfest. I'm so glad that shit went down because, you tellers sitting up here defacing and disrespecting our FBA culture, talking about we need to have a Jollof Rice versus Jambalaya Rice competition. Fuck out of here. I'm so glad this happened, and shout out to the FBA family that made it possible. So moving along, we got first generation immigrant takes issue with alleged FBA commenter for saying she isn't Black. Well, you're not Black. Y'all only Black when it's convenient, and we calling that shit out. We regulating and G-checking to the fullest in that regard. So shout out to Black Alpha Network for that. And shout out to Uncle Phil for this next clip.
They got this young lady that's kind of upset because she's kind of catching strays a little bit. And you're going to pick up that she's probably first generation or something like that. But let's have that conversation because, we really got to have balance here with the delineation movement. Let's go ahead and check that out.
You know how ignorant you have to be to see me, to come on my page or see my video on my page that's encouraging, motivating, supporting, and trying to build a Black community safe for us, safe and prosperous for us. And your response to my video is I'm not Black and all skin folk ain't kinfolk. What the would you call me?
A melanated.
32 years, I was born here.
Color.
I was born in America. I have no
melanated
nowhere else.
That's what we
okay.
Do, a mop.
Also,
Alpha Network. That's what
I live in America.
Mop.
Okay, and I don't think that when I'm walking down the street and the police see me or a white person see me, I don't think they're gonna be like, no, don't be racist to that one. Her mom's from Trinidad and her dad's from Barbados. She's not one of them. They don't know who is from where. They don't care. I live a Black experience every day. What are you talking about? I don't even know that I'm not Black until an ignorant come on here and say, oh, you're not Black. Yes, I am.
When it's convenient, maybe.
Goddamn. I'm so tired of that. Yes, I am. Argue with your mama.
This is damn.
Now, let me say up front, most people, who understand what delineation is about, why it came about, it was more so political, if anything else. It was more so not only, honoring our heritage, honoring our culture. Being pro us don't mean being anti anyone else. That's just up front. Now, there are people who are parents immigrated to this country and they were born here in America. And when they were born here in America, they have been cultured here in America. You won't even hear accent with a lot of them. You won't hear accent unless they told you, yeah, my mom and dad are from Nigeria or my mom and dad is from Barbados or whatever, but you don't hear it with them. Now, of course, they love their parents. Of course, that's part of who they are, their heritage, whatever. And I don't think they should put that down or whatever the case may be. Now, when I've heard from some of those first generation, when they go back home to their homeland, right? They never been there before. They weren't born there, but they go back there, let's say with their parents, they look at them as not being a part of their overall community. They look at them as American because they have American accent. They are cultured American. If anything, they're more cultured Black American is what a lot of times you'll hear them say, even in the African continent. So that's kind of where they stuck in this weird place because they're more culturally Black American, but their background says, okay, they come from an immigrant group. Now, I don't believe in just saying things to people just because they are from a different country. That's silly. If they are not out here trying to undermine us politically, if they're not trying to sabotage us in any way, shape, form, or fashion, then I'm cool. I've always will be cool with people. You know, yes, racially, yeah, in America, they'll be racially called black. No, they're not, you know, Black American in the sense of how we are with our heritage, you know, coming all the way back to slavery. No, they're not that. But I get what she's saying. But what I'm telling her is it's more so your background, where you come from, but it doesn't mean that you should be dismissed on what you're saying, because some of you don't even know those other countries. Some of you never even been. I know that, right? So, but you know, I tell people too in them comment sections, because she was showing that. How do you even know that was a black person telling you that? Over the years, I have seen them folks get in the mix of our back and forth discussions, and they use troll accounts to cause problems.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I've been here long enough to tell you they do that.
I've seen it.
So the person that leaving you a comment may not even be a Black American.
Yeah.
It could be someone of them folks trying to talk like and act like they're a Black American.
Yeah.
So they can cause argument and dissension between Black people. Because if you really understand delineation, it doesn't attack anybody. But delineation say you're not going to disrespect us.
Right.
It say you're going to honor our culture, our heritage, and our customs, just like we have to honor and respect everybody else's cultural heritage and customs. Right? That's all it's saying. But be careful getting pissed off about comments. You notice I don't make videos off of a comment from a person I can't verify. If I can't verify you and you have no profile picture, and then if you do have one, and I go to your page and it has nothing of you at all, then I'm going to assume that you're trolling at that point. Because anybody who's doing something, they at least going to show their face on something.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I got to verify if a comment's a real person.
Yeah, they can.
So before you try to crash out and say, oh, this Black American said this to me, or oh, this African said this, or this Caribbean said this. Yeah. Some of y'all I have seen responding to comments with no profile picture, no activity at all, and yet you crashing out off of a troll that you don't even know that's even Black or not, or African, or Caribbean, or whoever. So I think just do more due diligence before you just respond to people. A lot of times when something incendiary and stupid,
rarely if ever.
A lot of times that's just what it is. You can imagine all the comments I get. Do you see me making content constantly about them? Notice I do more content on what people are saying, not a comment.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to tell y'all, because some of this stuff that's going on between, you know, Black Americans and even with those from diaspora, if you think about a lot of times what's getting that going, it's sometimes them faceless people in the comment section. Now, there are people that we can address, you know, like out there, right? And we address them. I'd rather address those people if we're gonna have a discussion that show their face than somebody that's just faceless. If I can't verify you exist, then you're just questionable to me. Right. I don't even waste my time. So, young sister, it may not even be a Black American that sent you that. It could have been some white person that's trolling. They love to get in the middle of Black folks and watch us fight.
Yeah, they do. They definitely do.
Welcome to the Africa Diaspora News Channel family. My
Broad is a goddamn mop. You know, we ain't got time for no damn mops. Now, if you look at her paperwork, it probably say white. We've seen numerous times these people from the Caribbean and the continent of Africa, they come over here and all their paperwork, their passports, their IDs, everything say white. So we can't unite with that, and that is a mop, to quote Black Alpha Network, a melanated other person. We ain't got time for the melanated other persons. We are on Black first FBA business, delineation business, and there ain't no stopping us now. We got the groove, we got the juice, and we got the motion. So in other news, it looked like the diaspora finally trying to get on code. So now they checking them crackers in Ghana. It's about goddamn time. So this cracker thought it was this Nabisco, this what they call it, Mazugu, that it was a good idea to film without permission in Ghana, and he got checked. So shout out to the Ghanaians that's finally getting on code and checking these Nabiscos.
My name is Lenient Akutunu making this report. Well, today we'll be talking about a very interesting video I saw online. But before we do that, let's watch this video and then we'll come back to link it to our discussion for today.
Kenya, the capital of Africa. The people here are always on the move. Crime is a part of their lives. After a long day, this is where they get their meals. East or west, home is best. The first thing I'll do when I get it.
Family, that's a comedy skit, but it actually shows what's happening today. How that foreigners come to African countries and, we have the urban and the rural setting, right? But these guys go to the rural areas. They record villages, roads that aren't motorable. This aspect of our societies or countries that aren't developed. They record those parts and post it online. We have cities, we have towns doing well, good roads, lights, everything. But for some weird reasons, they just choose to record these parts and put them out there. I mean, that's what the mainstream media has been pushing to our faces, how that people think Africa is this, Africa is that. Some people still ask weird questions today. And the question is, are these guys not intellectual enough? It's the era of social media. You can go online, you can check out these things and, So this Caucasian guy from Azerbaijan went to Ghana, particularly Jamestown in Accra, and he wanted to take pictures and make videos, do his vlogging thing because he's a content curator and a vlogger, right? But he was confronted by a tour guide. He was told he isn't allowed to film in that area.
Right.
That in that community, they do not allow any other person to film in that area or to set cameras in that area. Let's watch the video, family.
See. Excuse me, you can't set cameras around here. When you get to a certain point, you need to come to the Tourist Information Center.
Okay.
And then you get someone from here who have to assist you to make your videos around here. People doesn't like photos here. People doesn't like videos.
Okay, I will ask them. If they don't like, I will go.
This is where I live. So I'm trying to tell you what is going on here. That's my school right here.
Okay.
So when you come here, you need to respect our culture. You come to the
I have no disrespect to your culture, bro.
And you set cameras.
Yeah, I'm showing your town.
It's not like,
yeah, this is a historical town.
It's not done that way here.
Okay, who are you? What's your job?
This is where I come from, born and raised in Jamestown. I'm a tour guide here.
Okay.
So you have to go up and then you visit the information center.
Why I cannot go to the beach?
Even this is not a rightful place to be. The beach is on this side. That's where you have to
Yeah, but
go.
I want to be with people, local people.
My brother, where are you from?
Azerbaijan.
Oh. Sometimes you need to respect our culture.
Bro, I didn't do anything disrespectful to you. You are the one run to me and say something.
What happened is even if you have to go there, you can see someone laughing or someone doing something.
I don't film them. Don't worry.
You set up cameras going there.
I'm filming myself. This way is me.
Listen to me. They don't know that.
Okay, what's your pain point? Tell me. Like, you want money? You want? What do you want?
Okay, let's do. Okay, let me support you to do.
No. I don't want to do that. I want to be free.
Family, did you see what happened? This guy went to a particular area, Jamestown in Accra, Ghana, and then he met with this tour guide. And he still has the effrontery to ask him who you are. This guy explained that I am from this town, and where are you from? And then he says he's from Azerbaijan. And then he says, you have to respect our rules, you have to respect our culture. You have to go to the information center for them to guide you on this. I am a tour guide, but you need to be guided. We don't allow anyone to film in this area. And then he went ahead to, just get upset. I mean, why? Let's watch the second part of the video, family.
So either you let me go or I just go.
And then you can't go back. You can't go back.
Yeah, but who are you to talk for the whole town?
This is where I come from. That's my room. You are standing in front of my room. This is where I'm from.
Yeah, okay, but I want to. Are you owner of the whole town?
I'm trying to tell. If he wants to do that, goes to the information center.
Why I should go information center? I'm a tourist. I can go anywhere I want.
Yeah, I'm happy that you say you are tourist. You are tourist. Yeah. There's some places where you have to go and where you shouldn't go. That's the rule.
Why I shouldn't go here?
Even if you are where you are going, people goes to toilet over there. So if you
bro, I don't film them in the toilets. I want to go to the beach.
Down here. You go that way, please.
Okay, whatever.
Man, I'm tired of this. Every morning I get out from my hotel with a good mood and try to make videos and show you cool places, and then I have like people just walking up to me telling me, this is the reality of filming in Africa, man. Everyone just have an authority. Like they think they are the boss. They can tell me what to do. Okay, I respect. It's your town. It's but you are not the boss of the whole town. I don't film you until you run to me and tell me something, So, but I know where is we say in my language, I know what's the stomach pain, why he has a stomach pain. That's how we say in my language. He just wants some money, basically. Let me tour you,
Family, did you see that? He even had to tell him politely, you have to go to the information center. You can't just do that here. We don't allow anyone to take pictures or videos or make videos of us, right? And then this guy said, if you don't want to allow me, then I'm going to go. And then he said, by all means, go. And then he said that this is what he encountered, that he's feeling as though he's the boss of the town when he's not the boss of the town. He knows what he's saying doesn't make sense. I know, right? In that particular area, they said, do not record, do not take videos, do not take pictures. And then he's saying that's what happens in Africa. They don't allow him to. You left your town, your country, to Africa to complain they don't allow you to film, even if you're a vlogger. All protocols demand that you are authorized to do whatsoever you want to do in another man's land. Now, that man is free to do whatsoever he wants to do because in the first place, you did not go to the information center. You said you want to be free to do what you want to do. So you want to go to environments or to societies to just take videos, pictures and whatsoever. And family, can I shock you that this guy actually went there to the beach to record the aspect that is dirty and he posted it online. Let's watch the video.
All right, guys, this is what I wanted to see. All this fisherman boats. Man, amount of plastic is here is absolutely insane. This is the dirtiest beach I have ever seen in my life. I think I should go a little bit further. Hi, guys. How can I get to the beach from here? Okay. I go to the beach. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Just straight. From here.
Not even right.
All right.
It ain't even paid.
Okay. From here.
Yeah, I know, right? I know we'll call out the Ghana government and how that they did not take care of their beach. Why is it like this? Why is this one kept? Well, my question is, you wanted to record. Is that the only thing you saw? Anyway, he said his experience was good and then he enjoyed himself in Accra despite what happened with that guy. My friend, what happened with that guy? Is it a bad thing? He went to this society and he thought he could just do what he wanted to do. And he met someone that changed everything. And he got upset, walked out on him. I'm glad that brother put him in his place because these guys be feeling as though they are on top of everything. Just imagine what he's saying. Like, this is how it has been in Africa. How dare you leave your country and then you're, family. And then he goes ahead to show this aspect, this part of the beach and complains about it. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, this is what actually happened. And the funny thing is, I say in the comment section, people dragging this tour guide, and that's how he always does. He sometimes wants to collect money. In that video, he never mentioned money. He even referred him to the information center.
Yeah.
And obviously, that guy didn't visit the information center, but he wanted
to do whatever,
take pictures and make videos without proper authorization. So this man was trying to protect his people. In this place, you can go to any other place in Ghana, right? But in this place, Jamestown, we don't allow it. And people were like, that's how he is. I've seen him. I've had contact with him. And he wanted to collect money. How is it that Africans just turn against themselves? This is a time where you're supposed to come together to say, no foreigner is allowed to come to our land to record us or to record any aspect without proper authorization. And then they go ahead to say that they've seen this guy, he collects. Can you imagine? Well, family. So this is what happened, right? It's funny how that sometimes we just stand against ourselves when we're supposed to stand together to fight against some certain things. What do you have to say about this story? This vlogger and content creator went to Ghana, Jamestown in Accra, to record, but he wasn't allowed to. And then the guy got upset, right? He got upset and walked out, complaining that this is what happens in Africa. My friend, if you want to take free pictures and free videos in any area or aspect of any country, your country is there. He's allowed. But when you get to a certain country, a locality, a community, make sure you stick to the guidelines. Yeah, what do you have to say about this story, family? Comment your thoughts and do not forget to share, like, subscribe, and turn on your notification.
And do the same for Frontline Black News. Yeah, they definitely didn't want that shit getting out. All that plastic on that beach. But the fact remains, these crackers, they think that they can just do whatever. Laws be damned, rules be damned. We just gonna do whatever. And every now and again, they fuck around and find out. We see what happens when the must try to set foot on Sentinel Island. What happens to them? So they thought, oh, hey, I'll just be able to go anywhere I want in Accra, Ghana, and ain't nobody gonna do nothing to me. Ain't nobody gonna check me on nothing. I can film whatever. And shout out to Dunda Tunde. He checked him. Said, hey, man, you got to do this like this. You got to go through this travel agency. You got to do certain stuff. I'm a tour guide. I know the rules around here. You just can't film whatever. So, yeah, he got checked. It's like if you go into a opposite hood and you here in the States and you try to film something, somebody going to check you. Somebody going to come out and be like, hey, what you doing here? What you filming? Why are you filming that? Shit, that's ain't not what my nemesis, old Terrence Roberts, in his own neighborhood. He got ran off his own block. Talking about he the Prince of Park Hill. And he got ran off the block. That shit was funny. But yeah, you just can't go anywhere, just be filming shit. Like somebody gonna come out and check you, like, hey, what you doing? So that's my thoughts on that. What y'all saying in the comments? Yeah, that's that white not I'm white not say so. Yeah. So comes in South Africa, yep. And you can't do that shit. Somebody gonna come check you. So this next one, I don't know why this young brother was out at this damn protest. Lord have mercy. Cop threatens to kill innocent black teen in Minnesota in a traffic stop after anti-ICE protest. Young brother, what the hell was you doing at this goddamn protest? That ICE shit ain't got nothing unless you're an immigrant or descend from immigrants. If you FBA, you definitely should not be at any of these goddamn protests. But that still don't justify this cop threatening to kill him. Them race soldiers, they gonna remind you real quick of who the hell you is. So Rashad gonna give us an update on that.
A cop threatens to kill an innocent Black 17-year-old kid at a traffic stop, and the kid is fully complying. Here it is.
Get out, I'm gonna pull you out. I'm gonna put your hands on top of it. How am I getting up with it? Yeah. Put your hands up. Bro, what? I will kill you. You understand me? What the? Kill me if I you fucking see me. Reaching for a gun. That's why. Nobody's gonna do not move your hands. You understand? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nobody was gonna do it. Yes, sir. You're gonna kill me. Yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. We'll be fine. Yes, sir. What's gonna go on, right? Get out. All right? Here.
Hooded up full mask. This child was doing nothing illegal. The child created no resistance
driving while black
to the officer's commands. Officials with the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department have released a statement regarding 17-year-old
in Indianapolis, in Naptown,
Travion. Travion had a troubling encounter with one of their officers. A video recorded by Travion and shared by his mother, Miss Amber Taylor, on Facebook shows that on the 6th of February, Travion and 3 friends were being ordered out of a vehicle during a routine traffic stop. In the footage, an officer is heard threatening the teen after he questioned why he was being asked to exit the car. Simple question. The officer responded to that question, quote, "I will effing kill you," end quote, accusing Travion of reaching for a gun. In an interview with the Indy Star on February 9th, Amber Taylor said Travion had been leaving an anti-ICE protest near Warren Central High School on the city's east side on the 6th of February when he noticed a police vehicle following him. Although Travion had graduated early, she said he had gone to join friends who were participating in the protest, peaceful protest. Police said officers stopped the vehicle at 2:28 p.m. on the 6th of February after allegedly seeing a juvenile enter the car with a gun and after Travion reportedly failed to signal during a lane change. He was pulled over at a gas station near 21st Street and Mithofer Road, less than half a mile from the school. Before officers approached, Travion placed his phone on the dashboard to record the interaction. Smart kid.
Yeah.
At the start of the video, the officer can be heard saying, according to Indy Star, quote, "We're going to get you out here."
Or he was out of
So when you get out, I'm going to pull you out. I want you to put your hands on top of the car, okay? Question, what am I getting out for? Travion replies, "The car smells like weed. Step out of the car." The officers respond. We already know that this is a common routine ruse that cops utilize in order to create the prerequisite to have an encounter with them. The officers stand on both sides of the vehicle. Okay? They're on both sides of the vehicle and the passenger side speak. Travion looks back and forth. The driver's door then opens and an officer grabs his wrist, pulls him out of the car. He says, "Yo, what?" And the cop says, "I will effing kill you. Do you understand me?" End quote. The officer says, quote, "You're reaching for a gun, that's why," end quote. Police said 3 of the 4 occupants returned to the vehicle after more than 10 minutes. The 4th passenger who allegedly had a gun was taken into custody. Later that day, IMPD posted a statement on X along with a photo of a firearm they say was recovered from the vehicle. According to police, officers had received reports that students had left school to participate in a planned protest and that some individuals might be carrying firearms. Police stated that when officers saw a boy enter a vehicle with a gun, they initiated a traffic stop. Regarding the officer's conduct, the department said the incident would be reviewed internally. February 7th, a statement shared by Fox 59, IMPD also said the responding officers' use or used reasonable tactics in ensuring the vehicle was separated from the protesters while initiating a lawful traffic stop. However, the video circulating online appeared to show a more aggressive exchange. Concerns have been expressed about the language used by an officer in providing direct orders for compliance to de-escalate a sudden confrontation with a gun. The statement added in part, according to police, one of the passengers was arrested for dangerous possession of a firearm. The photo released by IMPD on Friday showed the gun officers allege was found inside the car. Officials told Indy Star that 2 of the passengers were 17 years old and one was 16. Travion was not charged. Travion was not issued a citation. Amber Taylor has since filed a complaint with IMPD regarding her son's treatment and is calling for the release of the full body camera footage, according to a statement shared with Fox 59. I'll put him up for a mask. Good brother.
Sleaze Merritt.
Representing.
Oh, God.
In this matter. In the meantime, prominent civil rights attorney and activist Lee Merritt.
Not Sleaze Merritt.
Said he is reviewing the Indianapolis case and assisting Travion and his family in their pursuit of justice, according to an IG post shared on the 11th of February. Amber Taylor contacted Merritt to speak and to seek his support and legal guidance on the matter. Quote, "We are going to find this officer and hold him accountable," Merritt said in the caption. "No badges give you the right to threaten to kill a child. I stand with this family. We will fight and demand justice for Travion." Keep in mind, he could have died. He was not charged because he committed no crime. He was threatened. His life was threatened. He did not resist. He complied with the officers. And the reason why we say alleged weapon found is because we have seen cases like this when the cops are embarrassed, they plant a weapon on the unsuspecting suspect.
Yep.
And so we should continue to follow this case as it develops.
Yeah, and we'll do the same over here. Oh my God. But Sleaze Merritt's on this case, so you already know how this is gonna go. Forgive, forgive, forgive. Give us millions of dollars. Forgive, forgive, forgive. Nothing else about it. Like, this is ridiculous. But this is our reality as being Black here in America. That's what we have to deal with when we're dealing with these goddamn race soldiers. I'm glad he's okay, I know. They could have entered a lot like so many others, like Tamir Rice. They didn't hesitate to kill Tamir Rice. He was playing with a toy gun. They shot and killed him in less than 6 seconds. And he was 12 years old. So we already know how trigger happy these race soldiers is, and they just itching to kill one of us. So we can try to get it, so they can try to get us back out on the streets. That's not gonna happen. So, yeah. We'll keep y'all updated on this case in Indianapolis. And this young man being unjustly stopped and harassed and could have possibly been killed dealing with them race soldiers after coming from an anti-ICE protest. Let this be a reminder, Black family, FBA family, don't take your ass to them goddamn protests. If he would have kept his ass at school or at home, if he would have went home instead of going to that damn protest, this would have never happened. For all we know. But no, he gonna go to this damn anti-ICE protest because his friends said, "Oh, let's go to this protest." You know, for whatever reasons they went to the protest. They shouldn't have been at the goddamn protest. Especially if you're not no goddamn immigrant. You definitely shouldn't be at no goddamn anti-ICE protest. That's just a reminder, keep your Black ass out away from them goddamn protests. Ain't got nothing to do with your Black ass. So moving along, we got our brother, our late elder, by the name of Neely Jr. May he rest in power. One that came up with the code, and whom told us that racism, white supremacy controls all 9 areas of human or people activity, and it takes both sides of the argument. And your skin is your uniform in this race war, and you are in an open air prison, and when you go to jail or prison, you just go on to greater confinement. So This next clip is about the life and legacy of Neely Fuller Jr., who was born October 6, 1929, and died February 1st of last year, 2025. And shout out to Mr. Bobby for keeping the show going after his passing. And shout out to Gate for assisting Mr. Bobby as well. Get on code, Black family. Get on code, get codified. Produce justice.
If you do not understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else that you do understand will confuse you. In all of these 9 areas of activity, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Anywhere on the planet, minute by minute, day by day, all of the time, all of the time, all of the time.
Well, let me say hotep to my brothers and sisters all over the planet, and welcome to the Counter Racist Code Show, Neely Fuller's Counter Racist Code Show. I mentioned the word hotep, meaning I come in peace or come with peace. So peace to you all. You are welcome to the Counter Racist Code Show, and today we will be discussing, or at least the A topic, a continuation of the recognizing of the life and legacy of Neely Fuller Jr. this February. But before we get into that, and before I introduce Professor Gate, let me do the usual housekeeping activities. Now, for those of you that are new, you can support and promote the show by hitting the like button and the share button. Now, to watch the show,
do the same for Frontline.
All you have to do is go to YouTube at Produce Justice.
And all you got to do is
Facebook and Instagram at Produce Justice, Neely Fuller Jr. And you can also watch the show at producejustice.com. Now, a replay of the show is available immediately on all platforms. To get on the show to share your thoughts, click on the link in the feed and you will be prompted on what to do next. You can also find the instructions on the website at producejustice.com. By the way, feel free to read a passage from one of Mr. Fuller's books on air for discussion. To contact us off the air, send your questions or comments to contact@producejustice.com. Now, to order the books, go to producejustice.com, and you can also get a limited edition, coffee-sized, table-sized, leather-bound collector's item of the 1984 original code book, going to producejustice.com. And by the way, those are available on the first come, first served basis. And it says here that there's only 4 left, and when they're gone, they'll be gone. And in case you miss out the collector's item, you might check it out on hardcover edition, the revised and expanded edition of the code book. Radio 1 did a show with Mark Fuller, Mr. Fuller's son, Mark, and Professor Gate, honoring Mr. Fuller. That show was on February the 5th, and it will be on the website in the coming days.
The original book.
Question to Professor Gate before I formally introduce you. The code book. Are there any more hard copies of the Mr. Fuller's 1984 book? Someone called me and asked me if they had any more, and I told them to, give them the contact number to see if there were any left. Do you know that information or have that information? Hello? Do you,
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Mr. Bobby.
Yeah.
And good morning, everyone. Yes, we do have the hard copy. We have two books that are we have the collector's item, which is the original 1984 book, which is a leather-bound, autographed, authentically certified copy of the original book. We have only about 3 or 4 of those left. So that's the answer to that question. Now we do also have, we just produced a hardcover copy of the revised edition. That's just been on the website in the last few days. And that's for people who really like to hang on to a sturdy, durable copy of the revised edition. That's in hardcover version right now, and that's on the website also. So we have 2 different items we're talking about. We're talking about the collector's item. That's the signed, leather-bound, coffee table size, original 1984 version. And then we just released a hardcover of the revised edition. We have both, but of the leather-bound collector's item, we're gonna have about 3 of those left. And like you said, Mr. Bobby, when they're gone, they're gone. This is something we cannot reproduce. Mr. Fuller signed those. He left them in a box, had tucked them away. His son discovered the box with a note. And so we're not trying to make any, we're just really selling them at cost. So we just really made them do a very, very nice for somebody who really wants to cherish and hang on to some memento of Mr. Fuller. That's the item right there.
Okay. All righty. Now, for those who don't know, the person that you heard talking was Professor Gate, and he will be talking about Mr. Fuller and other things that came up. Don't forget, you can be a participant on the show, and we would love for you to do that. And how can they do that, Gate, to get on the show to be with us as host or co-host?
We made it easy. You can go to the feed. I think it's also on Facebook and YouTube, and it's in the feed. You'll see a link that says to join the discussion. Click on that link, and that'll put you right into the green room of the show. And then when we see you show up, we'll bring you onto the platform and have you join the discussion. And like I said, this is not my show. This is not Mr. Bobby's show. This is Neely Fuller Jr.'s Counter Racist Code show. We've been put here by the Neely Fuller family, his son, Mark, and they have charged us with the task of keeping Mr. Fuller's legacy going. And so that's what we're doing here today. We're not here to try to self-promote or do any of that. We're just here to keep it going with Mr. Fuller's words, his actions, his documents, and his books. So that's our purpose right here on the show.
Alrighty.
And thank you everybody for tuning in today. This is we're glad to be here. We're glad to bring this show to you. Sometimes we put in our own personal thoughts and words. Mr. Fuller gave us that right with BGQ. But this show, today we're continuing the remembering Mr. Fuller's life and legacy. He passed away on February 1st, 2025. That was a little over a year ago.
Yeah.
And it's kind of coincidental that it happened on the first day of Black History Month. So we have some overlapping occurrences. And we talked about how he felt about Black history and don't celebrate, educate. But we're glad to continue, as I stated last time we were on the air, we will continue commemorating him this month of February.
Yes.
And we're not celebrating. This is not about a memorial. It's not a tribute program, but this is about a review of the life, the legacy, and the logic.
Right.
Before we get into that, I did want to announce some breaking news. For all those, many of you probably already heard it, but
Victims Guarantee.
Reverend Jesse Jackson, the civil rights icon and Presidential Medal of Freedom winner awarded recipient, has died at the age of 84.
With Mr. Jesse.
He died today, Tuesday, February 17th. And his family announced it on Instagram that he died peacefully, surrounded by his family. And this is a statement from the family of
exactly. Thank you, Keezy.
The Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr.
Yeah, produced
Reverend Jesse Jackson.
That's right.
They said our father was a servant leader not only to our family, but to the oppressed, the voiceless, and the overlooked around the world.
WWW though.
They said we shared with him. We shared him with the world, and in return, the world became part of our extended family. His unwavering belief in justice, equality, and love uplifted millions and we ask you to honor his memory by continuing to fight for the values he lived by. Of course, Dr. Reverend Jackson was a lieutenant of
you got it right, Keezy.
The late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. He was there on the balcony of the Lorraine Hotel when he was assassinated. Reverend Jackson ran for president twice, I think in 1984 and 1988. He's been an icon, and regardless of how you feel about him, he was in the fight. He was fought for justice. Like anybody, he was not a perfect man, but he was perfectly fit for the occasion and the challenge. And so I do want to say prayers and thoughts go out to the family.
And he became a tool for racism
Jesse
and
Jackson.
Democratic Party.
Let's get the show going here. Today, as we stated, we're gonna do a kind of a rundown on some of Mr. Fuller's.
That's it.
Like a better term, greatest hits.
You got it right, Keezy.
Now, the good thing about Mr. Fuller, he wrote these 3 books. Wrote the original book back in 1984, did the Word Guide in 2010, and revised expanded edition of his original book in 2016. But he also had a podcast, had a show for about 7 years. He started out on Talktainment.
Yeah.
Then he brought it over to Blog Talk.
Yeah.
And so he gave us kind of an inside view. The book, to some, can be rather abstract, but his spoken words put it in context.
Yeah,
you didn't have to guess what he meant.
Right.
So today we're going to do a sort of a review of his spoken word. And we're not getting all into the personality. He didn't like that. He said it was about the work. It's about the logic.
Right.
And that's the way that's the context we're going to frame it in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play some of his famous signature iconic quotes, some of the things he had to say on certain topics. And the first thing we're going to talk about is this topic of racism and white supremacy.
Yep.
And many of us have heard over and over again his quote about, if you don't understand
racism, white supremacy.
His quote has been probably played more than just about any quote.
What it is
that I know of. It depends on the circle you're in, but I hear it all the time.
All 9 areas.
And you hear it
too
when we open up the show each week. Let me just start off with that, okay? For those who are not familiar with this quote.
If you do not understand white supremacy, racism, because white supremacy is racism, what it is, and
how it works. Everything else you think you are.
Everything else that you understand
will only confuse you.
Will only confuse you.
In all 9 areas.
I'm going to say that again.
Equal activity.
If you do not understand white supremacy,
what it is,
racism, what it is,
and how it works.
What is white supremacy and how it works?
Everything else
that you understand will only confuse you.
In all 9 areas of human or people activity.
Let's break that down for a minute. As you go through your day, there are going to be things that is going to downright, you can't figure it out.
What's the name of the game?
You're saying, why did this happen? Why is that happening? Why is this happening? Well, Mr. Fuller is breaking it down for you. The thing that you thought you understood, we're going to confuse you if you don't understand this concept of racism. Sometimes it's just plain simple as that. It goes no deeper, no further than that. I will make a quick note. Somebody pointed out that both Reverend Jesse Jackson and Mr. Fuller were both born in October, and they both passed away in February.
Yep.
Another note is that Mr. Fuller and Dr. Martin Luther King were the same age. They were born the same year.
Yep.
So a lot going on in this this justice world around those dates and those individuals. Is there something in the universe? Mr. Bobby.
No, I was going to mention just what you mentioned, and Let's Grow Trucking wanted to know, and you already had said it, but he wanted to know, where can you get those books at that we had talked about at the beginning of the show?
Your birthday is October 1st.
Yeah, let's go to producejustice.com and you'll see the copies. Matter of fact, as soon as you open up the website on Produce Justice, you'll see a banner about the collector's item. And then you'll see a trailer for the hardcover copy. Matter of fact, I'll play that when we come to our break in a few minutes. So you can see, get a glimpse of both books. We're going down memory lane here on Mr. Fuller today. This is a anniversary recognition of his passing. I spoke to his son, Mark, and he said, look, we're going to do this one time. We're not going to be doing this annual celebration thing. He said, we're going to do it this first year. We'll see about that. We'll sometime when the memory fades a little bit and some of the emotion dies away, we can change our way of thinking. But right now we're looking at this one time. And that's why we're doing it twice this month. We did it on the February 3rd. We're doing it again today. Now, a very lively discussion has been, why call it white supremacy? There are a lot of folks that don't really like that name. I think you can put me in that camp. I mean, there's other things you can call it. Some people call it white privilege, white nationalism, prejudice, just racism. Well, let's find out why Mr. Fuller chose to give it that name. Let's put Mr. Fuller's exact word on the screen.
Mr. Fuller, is it logical to always refer to the term as white supremacy, racism, white supremacy?
Yes, that's my choice. Now, if somebody wants to call it something else, according to the code, you can do that under VGQ, Victims Guarantee Qualification. Mm-hmm. You're qualified to call it anything you want to call it. But then the question is raised, why call it something else? What is the best thing to call it? That's another question. So if you have a suggestion about what to call it, I've heard people say, call it prejudice, call it bigotry. I looked at all those terms and I decided it's best to call it what it is.
Right.
Because other terms can be confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Call it white supremacy. Right. White people who have chosen to be supreme over non-white people in every area of activity 24/7 throughout the entire planet and by extension the entire universe, and who have actually done that. It's not a theory, it's an actuality.
Right.
Well, you've heard Mr. Fuller's words on why he chose the phrase, the term white supremacy. Now, this is what I want to say too. For people who are seeking to dismantle this system, whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, let's not get lost in the weeds, okay? And sometimes we tend to do that. We get to fighting among each other over things that are really not doing anything to dismantle this system. What to call it, what to call each other. Do your work. Apply logic. There are bigger fish to fry than what we call them. Now, Mr. Fuller said it is important, the importance of words. And because when you can't define something, then it's hard to deal with it. So I kind of take this approach. This system is big, and it's probably not going anywhere anytime soon. I'm just going to be realistic. So we should spend more time figuring out how we're going to operate in it. I mean, this is just my BGQ. Can't spend all your time on something that you're probably not going to change in your lifetime, but we should work on it, commit ourselves to working on it, and minimize the impact this evil system has on others. And that's my approach. I would do what I can. Like Mr. Fuller said, a little bit of something is better than a whole lot of nothing. So yes,
Yeah.
I'm going to do my part.
Right.
But at the same time,
your part.
We need to figure out how to operate in this system and how to minimize the harm and the mistreatment that it does to other people, particularly those who are vulnerable, the people who can't speak for themselves, the voiceless, the unheard, the young, the old, the infirm, people with disabilities, and the people just don't have the gumption to go out here and join the fight. Now, Mr. Fuller, he was a big proponent of justice.
Yep.
That was his thing, okay? Now, I'm trying to do this without getting into too much commentary. I'm trying to just go back and review. Well, okay, I'm human. I do have an opinion, and sometimes it seeps into the conversation. I'm going to try to minimize it, but if I do, just stamp it as a VGQ. Justice. Let's find out what Mr. Fuller thought about justice and why he was so much into making sure that justice replace this system of racism. Let's get his own words.
What is justice? Guaranteeing that no person is mistreated and guaranteeing that the person that needs help the most gets the most constructive help.
That was short and sweet. Guaranteeing that no one is mistreated.
And guaranteeing.
Now, you think that would be
I need the most constructive help.
Simple, obvious?
Get it.
Man, but I'm seeing mistreatment every day. Once upon a time, you had to look at, you had to go down south and watch folks hanging from trees and being beaten by police and dogs and water hoses, then go up north and go through Chicago and northern cities, and they have a different type of mistreatment. You think that was a relic of the past?
No.
But we're seeing mistreatment in real time. They're the same actors, they're just wearing different uniforms. It's your government. It's your police, your elected officials. Mistreating people right and left.
Right and left.
That's not justice. So, Mr. Fuller's definition of justice is making sure that no one is mistreated. He didn't make a distinction about color either. He didn't say don't mistreat only non-white people. He said don't mistreat anybody. And guaranteeing that those who need help the most get the most constructive help. He threw that word constructive in there.
Yes, he did.
Meaning you might try to help some folks, but it ain't really. I mean, if somebody's on drugs and you think you're helping them by giving them some more drugs, that's not constructive. Okay,
you listening to the
somebody you're trying to feed somebody, but you keep feeding them poison. That's not constructive. So he made a distinction that all help is not created equal.
That's a Neely fellow Jr.
Make sure that no one is mistreated, and to make sure that those need help the most. He had a hierarchy system. In other words, if one person fall down and breaks his hip,
it's like 2013.
Another person fall down and busts his head open. He's saying help the person with busted head first. No, he didn't say don't help the person with the hip, but make sure that those need help the most get the most constructive help. And that's a graphic example, but you get my point. Any comments, Mr. Bobby?
I was looking at some of the comments that the people have on.
Go right ahead if you see any you're going to share with us.
Yeah, Shahada 7, Delbert says this. He was speaking about the dogwood tree. He said, this is the only branch of a dogwood tree, an American emblem of white supremacy, a lesson once taught in the Pioneer School. Have you ever heard that, Gate? I haven't, but this may be something new for me, particularly about the dogwood tree and the semblance or what it represents.
Not familiar with that one.
Yeah, I wasn't either with that, but I thought that was very, very interesting. But it's not really. There's so much that we don't know in gathering information that we need to understand what white supremacy is and what it is not.
Right.
And by Mr. Fuller having the code book, but that we can all get by going to producejustice.com, it gives us an eyesight, an edge on what to see, what to recognize, what to say, what to do, what not to do. And this is why the emphasis is always on refer to the code book if you don't know anything. And somebody in the chat mentioned that is something Mr. Fuller would always say. If you don't know, it's okay to say, I don't know. Okay?
You're exactly right. What is another one of Mr. Fuller's famous quotes was, "I'm still learning."
Yeah.
Still
every show.
Still
just a little backdrop. I was Mr. Fuller's engineer and producer of his show for 5 years. Mr. Bobby was the co-host.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you ever wonder why sometimes I can quote off some of his quotes without looking at the book, or I sat there and produced that show. I listened to every 2-hour show for 5 years.
Wow.
I think I missed one show when my mother passed away. And one of my associates, Sharon, sat in for me. But I do feel like I have a degree in Neely philology
from 2013.
Of course, I've read the books, and I'm all up for a good debate. People have challenged me and say this is that, the other. Well, I'm not. What they're debating though is usually not whether or not I understand what Mr. Fuller said. Sometimes I just didn't agree with what he said.
Yeah.
And that's my right. But for the most part,
go to sleep.
I agree and support with much of what he talks about in his books and in his spoken words. On the show we did at Radio 1, we talked about Mr. Fuller at length, and I have to get that show on the website. And we got to hear Mark, his son Mark. He doesn't come out much, and we talk on the phone at least once a week, meet at least once a month, and he makes sure that we are honoring his father's legacy in the way his father would want.
Yes, he should.
And so a lot of what you're saying, hearing and seeing on this show has been, for lack of a better word, sanctioned by the Neely Fuller family. So we're not up here just running cowboy. It just so happened that much of the things that we talk about, we happen to be they're online with our own feelings about how people should be treated. Now, there's also been this discussion about, somebody asked, Mr. Fuller always called himself and people under the system of white supremacy and racism victims.
Yep.
That's another area of contention for many. They're like, wait a minute. Is that like when you consign yourself to be a victim? Isn't that like acquiescing? That's like a sign of weakness. And once again, I've had to ask myself that question. And then I would say to myself, whether you accept the role, or the name or the title of victim does not negate the fact that you might indeed be a victim. Mr. Bobby, go ahead.
Yeah. it was brought up, and I've seen this on a discussion. In your opinion, what would Mr. Fuller think of Mr. Epstein and Mr. Trump and all those participants of what he has done or has not done? What would Mr. Fuller think about that? Do you think he would say follow the logic of whatever they had done or have done or plan to do? What would you think that Fuller would say to that?
Well, many things that I've been asked over the years about what would Mr. Fuller. Matter of fact, when we were conceiving this show, one of the main theme was to run things, current events, through the filter of the counter-racist code.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we had as a subtitle on the show, what would the code say?
Yeah.
Or what would Mr. Fuller say about certain things? So when I'm faced with those things, I look at certain things. I look at the areas of activity. I look at his definition of justice. I look at his logic or the logic of the universe, confusion, hypocrisy. So it's like a checklist. It's like the entire code manifested in one incident. We have confusion. We have mistreatment.
Yeah.
We have hypocrisy.
Yeah.
We have them all wrapped up in one big instance.
Yeah.
So
all that.
He would not. I can tell you this. He would. I mean, he's probably turning over. Like, wait a minute. My goodness, what the heck do we have here? I mean, if you're a follower of the code, I mean, it's enough to make your head explode.
Right.
So I would focus on Mr. Bobby, his definition of justice, making sure nobody's mistreated.
Right.
People were mistreated during this episode. Young women were mistreated.
Exactly. Logic is the code.
And they're not getting the constructive help as a result of this mistreatment.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing I look at is the hypocrisy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Or we have hypocrisy on full display.
Full display.
You have the president mentioned, 38,000 times. And he had the nerve to call out other people.
What, Ugo?
As he's done on other things over the years.
Boy.
So the hypocrisy of who they decide to identify and the information they decide to redact. That is hypocrisy 101, hypocrisy 9.0.
Right.
Go ahead, Mr. Bobby.
Yeah, when I think about it, and I'm hearing his words in my head concerning the question that I did ask, I can hear Mr. Fuller say, because he was very careful about criticizing somebody. In fact, I can't even think of how he done it, if he ever did that. I don't think so. But anyway, this is one of his signature saying. He would say, he said or she said what they said. And that was it. You know, he wouldn't go any further than that. That was one of his patented things. So when I think about the question I asked, I can hear Mr. Fuller say, he said what he said. And then, you go to it from there.
It kind of reminds me of the show we did at Radio 1 when somebody was asking about, did Mr. Fuller think somebody was a racist? Did he think that white people were racist? Were they all racist? And his son made a good point. He said, I've never really heard him call anybody racist, to tell you the truth.
Right.
He said, matter of fact, he went further to say, I thought it was very interesting. When this is from the code book. He said there were three types of people, three races of people. Either white people, there was non-white people, and there were white supremacists.
White supremacists, yeah.
And so if you're a white person, you can be a white supremacist or not.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're going to get angry about what you're seeing, if you want to be a racist, then you may fall in the racist category, but you don't have to be.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, some of the greatest allies in the fight for justice have been not white people. So Mr. Fuller he followed logic. That's the bottom line. It was hard to corner him when you have logic on your side.
Right.
Yeah, follow the logic.
So we're going to take a quick break. I'm going to also play the trailer of this hardcover book.
Okay.
It's like I said, we just want to keep some things going on at the Produce Justice. And like I said, we're not making a killing on profit. I can tell you that right now, because I do the numbers. We're just trying to cover our costs and get the information out there. This show is fully funded by, and the Produce Justice Organization is fully funded by the sale of books. We don't ask for donations. We're not out here with a cup out. You don't see buttons all over the platform asking for money. So if you want to support the show and keep Mr. Fuller's legacy going, the best thing to do is just buy the books, buy the products. We're not going to try to
buy the books,
hog you and get you buying a lot of crap that you don't need or might be detrimental.
That's what.
So hang on a second. We'll be back in a second.
I'm
going to run this ad in the meantime.
The revised edition of Neely Fuller Jr.'s code book is now available in a limited edition hardcover. Built for study, reference, and long-term use, it's a tool for understanding and countering the system of racism. Limited quantities available. Order now at producejustice.com.
That's good, Keezy. I'm happy to hear that. Yep, that's the one I got. I got that one, and I got that one.
All right. Let's get back to the show here. We are going to...
yeah, that was a nice commercial.
A second ago, I was talking about this, somebody saying is because Mr. Fuller referred to himself and others as victims.
What do you want, Kitty? What?
Mr. Fuller said you can't be strategic and tackle the problem when you're ashamed of your status. Well, and I've given my take on this several times. I said you can be a victim without submitting to victimhood. In other words, you don't have the language in it and be immobilized by it, but that does not subtract from the fact that you are a victim. If somebody victimizes you, somebody runs you over with their car intentionally, you can jump up like, but you were still a victim.
Right.
It depends on how you handle it in many cases. And one caller went as far as to say, by calling yourself a victim, is that weak? Well, I'll tell you, I think I'm kind of in that camp about, yeah, I know you're going to knock me down, you're going to mistreat me, but I'm going to keep going. I'm sorry, I don't have time to deal with your foolishness and try to make me into something that I'm not. So yes, I'm a victim, but I don't live in victimhood. Let's just get Mr. Fuller. Somebody asked him that on one of the shows.
Making ourselves out to be victims or seeing ourselves as victims, isn't that making us weaker in trying to solve this problem?
Some people say it does. They say it all comes down to how it affects people. It makes me, the truth always makes me stronger about anything. And that's what I say everybody should go with. That's my opinion. That's just Neely Fuller. But people can think about it and say, no, I don't want to think that, because that does things to me that shouldn't be done. Now, a person can have that opinion. There's certain things I don't, and if the person says I'm not a victim, well, nothing that Neely Fuller says from then on should matter to them at all. In fact, they should listen to nothing that Neely Fuller says. He hasn't solved no problem. Not that I know of. So that's the answer that I give. But I say, and I have it on the cover of my book and all through everything I've written and what this program is about, but what Neely Fuller says applies to victims of the system of white supremacy, and he considers himself to be the victim of the system of white supremacy more than any other title that he has. Not human being, not none of that. victim of white supremacy. I'm more of that than I've ever been ever. According to what? The truth.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty deep when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
He said more than any other thing you can call him or any title. I'm paraphrasing. Number one would be victim of the system of white supremacy. Wow. Well, once again, I for a fact know that I have been victimized by this system. I can sit here and write off the I can write a book of my own on the instances where I've been victimized by this system.
Right.
But I can also counter that by the times I've chosen to overcome it.
Mm-hmm.
And what that old saying is, what doesn't kill you, make you stronger.
Yeah.
So when you victimize me, there's going to be a stronger version on the other side of that victimization. And I think that's a good attitude we might adopt. Yeah, don't let it. Yeah, somebody's going to victimize you. Somebody's going to. I mean, we're being victimized right now as we speak. But you got to brush it off and keep fighting. Another one of Mr. Fuller's. Today we're talking about Mr. Fuller, his life and his legacy, and we're really looking at his words.
Yep.
We have his books.
Easy.
And in fact, there's 3 of them. And Delbert makes a good point. The code book is for victims
and that's right,
of white supremacy and racism. If you're not a victim, or if you don't feel you're a victim, then don't read it. Right. Simple as that. Don't knock other folks that read it. Just move on. But do add a little justice in there, whether you read the book or not. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be just. That doesn't mean you should mistreat people. Help somebody else. Help somebody else.
Right.
Nothing bothers me more than somebody who think they have it all.
Yeah.
They've got the job, the money, the business, the cars, the bank account, the stocks, the bonds, the investments. Life is good. And they're like, don't come around me talking about that black talk, that kind of talk. That's not right. You have to help somebody.
Right.
Really. Constructive help.
Right.
Some people march, some vote, some try to put a better government in place, some donate to charities, some start their own organizations, but do something.
Right. Do something constructive.
Do something. Anyway, another one of Mr. Fuller's signature areas of discussion was hypocrisy and the truth.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. I could do this show 52 weeks out of the year and never get tired of talking about hypocrisy and the truth. I guess because I'm reminded of it every day.
Right.
I wake up in the morning. Hypocrisy is going in my ears and eyes from the time I wake up in the morning to the time I go to sleep at night.
Yeah.
That's why I can't even watch TV anymore. It's just, I can't take it. It's hurting my soul to watch the hypocrisy, the lies, the untruths.
Yeah.
But know this. If you wonder why it's so preponderant, why it's so omnipresent, why it's so pervasive, because racism thrives on it. Go back to Mr. Fuller's initial quote. If you don't understand racism, how it works, what it is, everything else that you thought you understood is going to confuse you. This ties into that hypocrisy. It makes a nice little tie-in. Because what you're seeing in many cases, that's why you're not understanding it. You're being spoon-fed. And what's those things they put in your arm? Intravenously fed. Hypocrisy 24 hours a day.
24 hours.
Because it is the sustenance, the mineral, the food upon which racism thrives. One of the ways Mr. Fuller said to deal with it is to become a better truth teller, because hypocrisy and lies run hand in hand. Some people say, how do you fight it? He said, become a better truth teller. As a matter of fact, let's see what Mr. Fuller has to say about hypocrisy and the truth. Hang on.
Question was asked, Mr. Fuller, and this was the question. This is Mr. Fuller on page 107 of the 2016 revised edition. You say, quote, study everything the white supremacists are forcing you to learn, but invent new ways to use what they force you to learn. You can do this by studying the words they use and by using those same words in a manner that helps best to reveal the hypocrisy, the contradictions, and the confusion by white supremacy. End of quote. So, can you explain, Mr. Fuller, or speak to this aspect a bit more for the listening audience, because I think it's a great explanation.
I'm just saying, you study everything that white supremacists do. First of all, seeking the truth. You want to see if they're talking about something that happened or didn't happen. Is it true or false? And if they're making a suggestion, you ask, is it constructive? If they are making a suggestion about anything, that what people should or should not do, and you examine that. You take whatever they give you and examine it before you act on it. That's basically, and if there is an explanation for it or further explanation, that would be it. And say, now, are they telling me the truth? That's number one.
Yes.
All right. So if you find out they're telling the truth, should it be true? Then you start asking questions of yourself. Should that be true? If it is true, should it be true? And if it should be true, why should it be true? Is it logical and constructive? All right, that would be your reason. That's the reason for finding out the truth about anything. You want to know how you can use that truth, because truth is supposed to be used. That which is what it is. That which exists, whether it's a physical thing or something you should be thinking about. All right, and you should figure out how it can be used, because everything in the universe has a use. And you want to know, is there any way that I can use this and produce what? 2 words. A constructive result. Whether it comes from a white person or a black person or any person, even a creature, an animal. Is there anything that I can learn from that bird that just flew over that would produce a constructive result? You might study the bird and you'll find out that the bird does things that are non-constructive, because all creatures do. Because the world is not that type of place that we sometimes fancy it to be. So you have to be able to separate all of the things that all creatures do. Separate them how? Into 2 categories. Constructive, non-constructive.
Yes, sir.
And don't let the non-constructive contaminate the few things that people do on this planet that are constructive. You got to keep building on that which is constructive.
Here. Mr. Bob, Mr. Fuller said something that I've found very instructive.
Mm-hmm.
He said, take their lies, learn their lies, study them so that you can reveal the hypocrisy. In other words, when I'm sitting there watching the TV, as hard as it may be, or I'm reading something online, or I'm looking at it so that I can be a better truth teller to combat and debunk these lies and hypocrisy that's being spewed. And that was one of his bits of advice to us. I remember somebody called into the show. I vividly remember that because it answered a question that I have. So how do you when somebody's lying all the time and they being hypocritical all the time, what do we do? He said plainly and simply, learn how to become a better truth teller.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
That means you have to study, you have to learn, do your research.
Mm-hmm.
So when they tell you these lies, you can recognize them. You have a comeback. But you can't do that if you don't get your own knowledge.
That's
true.
That's
why he's always said educate. While you're out here celebrating, spend this time educating so you can become a better truth teller to combat and counter some of this rank hypocrisy that we're seeing right now. If I turn on to my TV, if I open up my computer, if I look at my phone, or simply walk out the door, I'm going to encounter some type of hypocrisy.
Yeah.
Right in front of me. Go ahead, Mr. Bobby.
You know, as you were speaking, I know for me, I have a hard time watching the so-called news network that identifies itself with a member of the canine family. Sometimes I sit there and I really don't want to change the channel to the network, but I do change it. And maybe after a couple of minutes, I can't hardly stand it about the lies and things that they say, the hypocrisy that you have mentioned, that they continually say. But because I'm a researcher, I do have to research that stuff. But I'm going to tell you, Gay, it is hard because you know it's a lie, particularly when you research it and you're, I'm not confused, but I think about the many people who just blindly accept whatever this network, quote, news network has to say about things as if it is the truth without researching it. It's hard, but I do it so that I can be balanced in my approach when I'm speaking with someone, even when they call me. I'm just like Fuller. My number is public. Like Fuller, you can call me and I will answer the phone when I get it, or leave a message and I'll get back to you. Because I don't have anything to lie about. I tell the truth. I tell the truth. And I learned that from the following the logic of what Mr. Fuller said, not him as a man, but the logic that he has instructed all of us, to follow in the pursuit of justice.
You're exactly right.
Independence when it comes to evaluating any situation. You never go by what another black person says.
Right.
Another fellow victim, another prisoner of war, of racism, or about racism. You don't go by what Neely Fuller says or nobody else. You go by what conclusions you come to, and nothing else. And those conclusions should come by through logic.
Come by through logic. Man, that says it pretty plainly. Somebody didn't bring up a point about Mr. Fuller. He, besides his books and his spoken word through his podcast, he also had a movie list. I'm glad that person brought that up. that sometimes he expressed himself through his choice of movies. And there's stories. The movie, he was very methodical about the movies he put on that list because there was a message. That stuff under like The Godfather and all kind of things you may not expect to be on that list, but there's a message behind it. So he uses all the tools at his disposal to help identify and racism and mistreatment and hypocrisy. And his movie list you can get by going to producejustice.com. We're coming to the end of the conversation here today. Now, I'm going to say that even though we could be on this platform for another 2 weeks, nonstop going through Mr. Fuller's actual words, and I'm going to take this last few minutes to kind of once again explain to people how the show works. Mr. Fuller passed away February 1st, 2025. I received a call from Mark, his son. I understand I was one of the first people he called because we worked so closely with Mr. Fuller. And I spoke to him every Tuesday at 9 o'clock, he and Mr. Bobby. And so it's no coincidence that Mr. Bobby and myself are the ones who are hosting this show. I mean, there's a million possibilities of people that could have been up here. And the thing about it, we were pretty much drafted. I mean, I'm glad to do it.
Yeah.
But Mr. Bobby was a natural choice. Mr. Bobby has been by Mr. Fuller's side, I mean, probably longer than anybody outside the family. And I'm probably second because I met Mr. Fuller after Mr. Bobby met him. But we were right there with him together, the three of us, for 5 years. When he passed away, it was a blow. It hurt. I was saddened. But even in his son, he was devastated, obviously. Who wouldn't be? But once we got up, dusted ourselves off, we've said, we've seen too many people that once they passed away or their body left this earth, their legacy left with them. And we decided we were not going to let that happen. That's why I'm here. Really, I have a lot of other things to do. I'm a busy person. But this is important to me. And I think it's important to others. I can't speak for Mr. Bobby, but I'm telling you, we're doing this for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
This is a contribution.
Yeah.
And we spoke to the Neely Fuller family. And I don't want to get the impression I was dragged here kicking and screaming because I like producing the show. I'm actually honored to be here.
Yeah.
It's an honor. Now, one thing I did, I'll say again, I'm not here to self-promote. You'll probably never hear me promote myself or what I do. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to continue the legacy of Neely Fuller Jr. That's it. Every now and then I have this, it slips out some of my own beliefs. Sometimes when you see a train wreck, like what's happening in this country from time to time, you have to jump in and say something. Your head's gonna explode if you don't. It's an outlet. Really. Sometimes this show is an outlet for me. I get to say some things that I've been carrying around all week. So give me some grace on that, okay? I'm not here to try to take over to become Mr. Fuller. And I'm more of a tech guy. When you get into what my purpose, my job is to help companies grow through digital and technology. That's my background. But I saw no air between that and trying to bring in some justice and not mistreat people, leveling the playing field. So that's why I just wanted to recap on this anniversary of Mr. Fuller's passing, why we're doing this. In fact, Mr. Fuller's son, when we first started, he said, let's give it a year. He said, I don't know where this is going. Let's try it for a year. I said, well, I'm going to commit to a year. I'm not sure if I can commit much beyond that. I got a lot of stuff going on. Well, the year came, and we kind of looked at each other. I'm like, all right, one more year. And when I say this also, I say that we've been looking at bringing some other people in, mixing it up, adding some diversity. We added the feature of bringing in people who we send out the link every week so people can come on the show and give their take. So this show it's still evolving. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
And your comments and feedback helps. I mean, people have beat me up online. I gotta laugh at it sometimes. Like, wait, come on, man. Put that energy on Trump or somebody else. I mean, really. I'm on the side of the good guy. Come on, man. Give me a break. But anyway, Miss Bobby, go ahead.
I'm disagreeing with you, because, you have to do this being real, and being real is following the truth. And as long as you tell the truth, you don't have to worry about lying. Just tell the truth, and that truth is involved in what Mr. Fuller has said since I've met him, producing justice. And that's why we always do it, producejustice.com.
Producejustice.com. All right, we'll see you. We'll see you next week. We'll either be live or we'll bring up one of our greatest hits, one of the greatest shows from the past. But we're going to have something here every Tuesday at 9 o'clock. You have a place to be. And we need this collecting place, this place to gather our thoughts and share our insights and stories. And I encourage more of you to take advantage of this link we put out there every show. So I'm giving you a heads up right now. Next time we come on the air, whether it's next week or the following week, next time we're live, get your little opinion together, your take, read a passage from the book, comment on the topic that we're talking about. If you need to stand in front of the mirror and see what you look like on camera, whatever you have to do, that's okay. We'll take you as you are. We're not going to judge. You don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with Mr. Fuller. Bring your VGQ on here.
Right.
Let's get it on. It's not like a shout. Bring that VGQ on over. All right, folks. We'll see you all next week. Also, somebody said something. Oh, yeah. Once again, we're going to send our prayers to the family of Reverend Jesse Jackson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Reverend Jackson was cool, man. I ain't gonna lie. He was a cool brother. He broke that barrier when he ran for president. He was the first brother to run for president. And Chicago faction. He ran in, along came Obama. I don't know what it is about Chicago that puts out non-white presidential candidates. We can say, rightly or wrongly so, he kind of laid the groundwork for when we did finally get a non-white black president.
And they killed they killed Harold Washington. Remember him?
Harold Washington, yeah. Yep. Chicago, man. Go ahead, Chicago. Chi-town.
Chi-town.
All right, folks, that's gonna wrap it up for today. I'm gonna see you all next time we're on air.
All right.
Good show.
All right.
Let's see here. What are we gonna? Let's close out with. I'm gonna close out one more, Mr. Fuller's. Let's see. Let's end on this 9 areas of act. Matter of fact, I'll tell you what. We'll bring it back next week. Okay. I'm not gonna. We already passed the time. Come back next week. We'll have another exciting show. Look forward to seeing you. Bring your, like I said, go ahead and look in the mirror and put yourself on. I'll tell you a good way to give you a little trick that I use. If you have Zoom on your computer, turn on your Zoom like you're going to do a Zoom broadcast or a Zoom meeting, and check yourself out. Test your lighting, test your audio, make sure there's nothing carrying on in the background, and kind of practice. And before you know it, man, you'll be a regular. You'll be jumping on the screen every week with us. And that's okay too.
Yeah.
We like some regulars, okay? Like Delbert and Aaron from Spain and Victor and
don't forget Nicole. Don't forget
Nicole. Nicole. We love Nicole.
Oh yeah. And AP.
Oh my goodness, we love these folks, man. So you regulars, come on in. Let's get this show. Let's keep this show lively. Don't leave all the weight on Mr. Bobby and myself. We need you. So come on.
All right.
All right. That's it. We'll see you next time.
If you do not understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else that you do understand will confuse you. In all of these 9 areas of activity, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Anywhere on the planet, minute by minute, day by day, all of the time.
Yep, so producejustice.com. The rest in power to Neely Fuller Jr. The mission place this wicked, vile system where the system of justice continues. All right, so moving along because I'm kind of pressed for time now. Got a big day ahead of me. We got what is it? Our Unhoused neighbor news. Oh yeah. Gotta get to that. So we still got unhoused neighbors. Now it's the goddamn illegals that they caping for. These bullshit ass homeless advocacy organizations. And yeah, we're not in that right now at all. Because the mugs did not reciprocate it for us when we were unhoused on the streets. So we ain't got no empathy for none of this shit. Empathy, sympathy, none of it. They must come over here illegally and know what the hell they did. And now they want us to put on the cape for them. Hell no. So I'm going to pull up some stories here in Colorado. What's happening with the homeless or the unhoused. Let's see. Yeah, it's a good one. So the dump is threatening to cut funding to Colorado. And that's supposedly keeping Denver from housing 400 unhoused people. So there's a wait list. For those that don't know, there's a wait list to get housed out here. And there was a wait list before these illegal immigrants got here. And now they're crying every week talking about there's a wait list. Duh. There was a wait list before you arrived here. They just closed down another shelter that was temporarily housing families, mainly illegal families. And they've been freaking out about it for weeks at a time now. Shit. So I got that one. This one right here. Get off of me, Aurora. Let me see my screen.
for an exclusive one-on-one yesterday, and he told me that's about a quarter of its yearly goal. It's fun. Mayor Mike Johnson says the president's funding cuts to Colorado is keeping the city of Denver from housing 400 people experiencing homelessness that it would otherwise be able to. So I sat down with the mayor for an exclusive one-on-one yesterday, and he told me that's about a quarter of its yearly goal. Now, this comes as several shelters are closing this winter because of Denver's own cuts to deal with its budget shortfall. He told me the city is currently spending around $8 million less on homelessness than when he assumed office in 2023, but that the city is still finding ways to meet its goals.
We feel pretty good about finding a base stable level of homelessness funding that is ongoing, and that's really stabilized for us. We've dropped homeless spending significantly over the last couple of years after we had to make those one-time purchases. That is working, and now we're really focused on quality, consistency, and speed to get more and more folks up and out. And a lot of that is really focusing on job training. We'll have a big focus on job training and work placement this year.
I also asked the mayor about the new nonprofit Urban Alchemy, which took over the Quebec shelter from the Salvation Army at the start of the year. The nonprofit has faced allegations of data misrepresentation, fraud, and overspending in other cities it operates in. So far, Johnson's saying he's been happy with its performance. Now, one of the first moves from Urban Alchemy was to bring formerly homeless folks who have had run-ins with the law to work as outreach specialists. If you want to listen to our full 20-minute conversation, we'll have that web story up on our website, denver7.com.
Yeah, that Urban Alchemy, they took over.
David Muir, ABC.
They took over after the Salvation Army contract was finally cut after a year.
Mayor Mike Johnson says
we were trying to get that contract cut for years, and they finally, within the past month, a little over a month, got rid of the contract with the Salvation Army. So that was good. So Johnson keep patting himself on the back, talking about, oh, he did a good thing. He's getting people housed and all this. He put them in drug dens like where I currently live and where I previously lived. There's this rampant drug use going on. Cool Kesey been over there. Them people was crazy as hell. It's crazy. It really is. Like I'm seeing people that when I used to film the sweeps, the people that was in the encampments, I'm seeing them now. They live on, some of them live in my building. The same people. So I'm glad to see that off the streets, but they still doing the same shit they was doing on the streets. They're just indoors now. So Johnson's patting himself on the back behind that. We got all these people housed, but yeah, drug use, crime is running rampant. So that's that one. And next door in Lakewood, they're doing sweeps. See what they're talking about. What's happening in Lakewood? Lakewood Park cleared. Oh, they cleared the park. So the Unhoused had took over a park in Lakewood like a few weeks ago, like a week or so ago, a week or two ago. And it looked like the city of Lakewood came out and cleared the encampments that were there.
Now to those ongoing safety concerns around Aviation Park in Lakewood, where neighbors say encampments were impacting their quality of life.
Tonight, the park itself is clear and children are back on the playground, but just one block in any direction. The problem continues to grow. Fox 31's Hannah Powers live in Lakewood with tonight's follow-up. Hannah.
That's right, Jeremy. Christine, while the park itself is currently clear right now, the issues surrounding it have certainly not disappeared, which is why tonight we're talking to neighbors and advocates about what longer-term solutions might look like. Children back on the playground. For one local mother, that alone is good news.
It's nice to know that we could be surrounded not by drug use or any type of tents or anybody who's trying to, be publicly visible, like urinating or anything like that. It feels comfortable knowing that we can be safe.
But she says that comfort is limited. Just steps away, tents, trash, and signs of growing encampments.
What I tell my kids is actually to look away, because unfortunately it is hard to go shopping and not be asked, hey, do you have this, do you have that, you know? And as a citizen myself, I don't feel very comfortable and safe with that.
Residents worry about safety, sanitation, and possible drug use. Officials have said the issue is complex, involving outreach, resources, and individual choice. Lakewood police and local outreach agencies did not respond to requests for comment today, as city offices are closed for the holiday. Advocates say the situation extends far beyond one neighborhood. Amy Beck with Together Denver says as encampments have been cleared in Denver, many people have relocated to surrounding communities, placing new pressures on cities that may have fewer resources.
They were not really prepared to receive the people that were pushed out of Denver. I have a lot of compassion for what's going on in Lakewood, but other cities need to step up and start providing services as well for their unhoused community.
Beck calls homelessness a humanitarian crisis that requires regional coordination, not a one-size-fits-all approach.
This shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone that we have so many people living on our streets right now. But the key really is to bring resources around those folks, give them an option to be off of the street, provide wraparound services so that they can get the support that they need.
And advocates say that longer-term solution will require this continued coordination between cities inside the Denver metro. Live in Lakewood tonight, I'm Hannah Powers, Fox 31.
They always talk about these guys down.
Tonight, a major setback in the search for Nancy.
I'm about sick of hearing about that white bitch. They always talking about wraparound services. These services are trash. Like, I'm in a program and these mugs, I guess I'm like so functional or competent that they don't really like focus too much on me. But there's people in this building that really need fucking services, like really need serious help, and they don't not get it. It was like that in my other building too. So it's not a one-size-fits-all when it comes to them wraparound services. Yeah, they been had that problem, exactly. But now, since Johnson is putting people indoors, the ones that were outside are now moving to other areas surrounding Denver. Because it's still illegal to survive in Denver. You can be arrested, ticketed, or harassed just for covering yourself with a tent, a tarp, a sleeping bag. Anything besides your own clothing is deemed illegal in the city or county of Denver. So they're still sweeping people like trash. Like every week, people be setting up shop across the street from where I live right now. And every week, that spot gets swept. They got whole cleaning crews that come out now. These damn neighborhoods have set up these damn business improvement districts. And they come with their own cleaning service, their own security service, all of that shit. So these must be out here sweeping people like trash like every day. I literally see it like every day. And yeah, there's a wait list to get housed. I mean, the wait list is years long now. When I was unhoused, they told me it was going to be another 1 or 2 years before I got housed. That was back in, 2019, 2020? Yeah, Lakewood. Got to get an introduction to the new norm, yeah. Yeah, they're not used to that over there, Kukizis. You know, it's mess central over there. All the motherfuckers meth and fentanyl out. My mom used to stay in Lakewood, and that's all I used to see was off of meth and goddamn fentanyl. And they love to frequent the transit areas like the W line. There's a train that runs out there, and the W line must be up and down that damn train, begging, panhandling. The worst. doing the Murph shit. So now Denver's problem is becoming Aurora's problem and Lakewood's problem and probably Westminster's problem, Inglewood's problem, Centennial's problem, and all those surrounding areas, suburbs of Denver, is having the same issue. Let's see what other news we got.
Now to those ongoing safety.
So what the hell punk ass Kyle Clark is talking about? Political theater.
Democrats have cut off pay for TSA and the Coast Guard to force changes to immigration enforcement.
It is political theater.
A look tonight at where negotiations stand.
I hope it starts snowing and it doesn't stop.
From the plains to the metro area to the mountains, multiple flavors of extreme weather tomorrow.
It's the perfect recipe for major fire behavior.
And we'll meet a Coloradan who qualifies for the Olympics as a super fan, even though she's never been. It's tonight on Next.
If you've ever thought of a TSA pat down as a free massage, just know the person putting their hands on you is not getting paid for it right now. There's a partial shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security impacting nearly all TSA agents. Democrats are leveraging funding to force the Trump administration to change ICE's enforcement tactics.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot Carmel City. Yeah, but it's been like that in Carmel City too. Last time I went to the dentist, they had an encampment out your way. And they ended up sweeping that the same day. I seen all kinds of people moving their carts and shit over there to that park over there by what is that shit called? Adams 32. What is that shit called? There's a school right there on what is that street? 60th and Glencoe. They was moving their tents and all their belongings over that way. The suite was over there off of Dahlia and 64th. They swept them early in the morning because I was on my way to the dentist. And my dentist appointment was in the afternoon. There was still people getting moving around with their carts and sleeping bags and all their belongings in a damn shopping cart. Yeah. Let's see what these guys talking about.
Our Angela McCall looks at where these negotiations stand.
It's another government shutdown, this one impacting the Department of Homeland Security, where the White House has already shared immigration. The issue that caused the shutdown is largely unimpacted.
The immigration mission, the reason why President Trump was elected to be president, continues.
That's because ICE and Border Patrol no longer need annual congressional budget approval. They already have that money under the One Big Beautiful Bill, $75 billion for ICE and another $12 billion for Border Patrol. Senate Democrats want to negotiate immigration reforms like banning federal officers from wearing masks.
This whole thing about shutting down DHS to prove a point, I think it's political theater, to be honest with you.
Experts say while immigration officers won't get paid, they will continue working, along with employees like TSA agents or those with the Coast Guard, for instance.
I think.
Oh, yeah, they ain't even getting paid. So to the north of Denver, they got this shit going on. In Weld County, which is a racist-ass sundown county. Cheesy to tell you. If you ever been out to Greeley or Fort Lupton or any of that shit out there, shit is racist as hell. Sundown areas. Loveland is a straight up sundown town. I actually got it put in the B1 Rolodex as a sundown town because it is. They're doing this new housing option for unhoused people with health challenges. Just open up a new spot in Weld County.
Quiet afternoon next to a fire.
Like I said, I haven't put a puzzle together in so long.
For a while, Christine couldn't
Oh my goodness.
Enjoying a quiet afternoon next to a fire.
Like I said, I haven't put a puzzle together in so long.
For a while, Christine couldn't remember the last time she did that.
My biological family has nothing to do with me. So I went to the streets on May 19th.
A combination of things left Christine without a home.
It was terrible. You get called names.
Starrise Apartments Executive Director Jody Hartman says their 58 units are for people like Christine.
Targeting folks who have been living with homelessness for a long period of time. They also have a disabling condition, such as mental illness or substance use or chronic medical condition.
Hartman says this is more than a shelter.
Really have staff here 24/7 who are providing behavioral health support, case management, life skill classes.
For Christine, the support really helped.
They sit there and they talk to you like a human being. I've never had that before. And that's why I love everybody in here. Sit.
She's even got a new pal.
This is my buddy.
Christine says the roof.
Yes, I love you too.
The puzzles, the resources did make a difference.
I'm glad I'm here because I've been off the drugs.
But she's especially grateful for the family she's found here.
If I wouldn't have gotten in, I'd probably be dead out on the street somewhere.
And Starrise Apartments says it's filled all 58 units after recently just opening, and people can stay as long as they need. So just shows that there's a need.
Such a serious need. And the way that she summed it up, like being talked to as a human being, treated as a human. I mean, everybody's got struggles, but we can, there by the grace of God, go all of us,
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, she said it was nice that people just care.
Yeah, they take some time. I wish her the best of luck. That's great.
Amanda, thank you.
Thank you.
So there's that.
David Muir, ABC.
So I got on autoplay. So she's.
Oh my goodness.
Enjoying a.
So that's that for Weld County. Now I got some more stories for y'all. In regards to this, sit down. Loveland, they have a camping ban. Look, I guess they overturned it though. Let's see what they're talking about. First one is Northern Colorado City working to find unhoused overnight shelter amid cold weather. It ain't been too cold. It's been actually really warm, like unseasonably warm. Like this is the warmest February I think I've ever seen. And I've been here for 30 plus years. I don't recall no February this down warm in Colorado. I think the other day we broke a record, a 50-year long record for the number of 60 plus degree days in February.
Of our first alert weather day. We begin tonight in Larimer County with coverage of our first alert weather day, with temperatures dipping into the single digits and even sub-zero over the next few days. People in northern Colorado are worried about the homeless population. Space is extremely limited, in part because of a recent fire at a shelter. Dylan Thomas is your reporter in northern Colorado and has been closely following this situation.
They need.
Here in Fort Collins, the temperatures are dipping very close to zero, and as the sun goes down, that is only expected to get worse, only underscoring why it's so important for the unhoused to have access to shelter. But as CBS News Colorado has learned, some men have been turned away simply due to lack of beds.
It's dire conditions over the next few nights.
Which is why those who serve the unhoused in Fort Collins are working overtime to try and open up beds this weekend.
And on nights like this, it's absolutely critical.
But a recent fire at the Fort Collins Rescue Mission has drastically reduced the number of beds available.
Of course, when the rescue mission had their fire in August, that really put a different lens on things and made us realize that we would probably be utilizing those backup plans more than we had expected.
Backup plans include opening alternative yet smaller shelters and relying on community partners like churches to offer their space.
We've been able to identify a couple of local churches who have community shelter designation, which means they're able to sleep about 15 people.
Resources that Fort Collins Senior Housing Manager Vanessa Fenley described as critical.
Critical is the right word. It wouldn't happen without multiple community partners. We also know right now that there may be families who are, sleeping in their cars, sleeping outside. And so what we're doing this season for the first time, we have one church that will be sheltering a couple of additional families.
But even with more partners stepping up, some are still being turned away, we've learned. We even saw some tents set up outside one shelter with limited space.
That's something that we never want to see. We know that we want to be able to have a system that, make sure that nobody has to sleep outside. But to be transparent, we don't know what's going to come over the next few nights.
One piece of good news is the city of Fort Collins says there's enough beds for women seeking shelter. They are also opening up other services through the weekend, including the city's bus service, Transport, which will be operating on Sunday, a day it's normally shut down. In Fort Collins, Dylan Thomas covering Colorado First.
That's good. I'm gonna punk ass Blacc. Let's say that for another show.
Not long ago, Unite the People was.
Let me get back to this. So Loveland, now we're going to go to Loveland, like I said, which is a sundown town in Weld County. They got an urban camping ban. It looked like they overturned it though. Oh, they didn't overturn it. They kept it, and it looks like they expanded it. Okay, let's see what they're talking about.
Every time they look at us, it's like they think we're like a piece of dirt on the ground.
Tonight, the city of Loveland has more leeway to enforce its ban on public encampments. In fact, just within the last 30 minutes, City Council voted to expand its...
Yep, Master Musa, that's exactly what happens. When it gets too warm, they go right back out on the streets. Yep.
authority to prohibit people from sleeping outdoors. I'm glad you're with us tonight. I'm Shannon Ogden. And this comes just a week after the city decided not to move forward with a permanent 24-hour shelter for its unhoused community. And tonight we're following up as options for those people continue to shrink. Denver 7's been on top of this story for months after the city announced that its only overnight shelter was closing permanently. And now, just over a month until that closure, well, some people tell us they feel like they are just being forgotten. Denver 7's Maggie Bryan spoke with 3 people experiencing homelessness about the need for a long-term solution here. Tonight, she's digging into the city council vote and what it means for those living on the streets.
Homelessness can happen to anybody.
While surviving on the street.
I've been homeless since COVID.
Eric Ford knows his situation is unfortunately not unique. Did you stay overnight in the shelter ever?
A whole bunch, yeah.
For years, he and many others have relied on the Loveland Resource Center for a warm bed overnight.
I'm just trying to do the best I can.
But the city-owned center will close for good at the end of April.
No one's got any plans or options to go to.
It's an issue some people say will be made worse after a decision by Loveland City Council on Tuesday night. Council members voted to expand the city's authority to enforce public camping bans. Now the city no longer has to make sure shelter space is available to unauthorized campers before giving them a citation. The new ordinance also does away with previous requirements to give people 72 hours notice before breaking up a camp. Council members in favor say the new ordinance puts them in line with the 2024 Supreme Court ruling and gives law enforcement the tools to do their job. Council members against the ordinance say it criminalizes homelessness, while community members had mixed thoughts on the ordinance.
Where do you expect them to go?
We need to give the police department the tools that they need to keep Loveland safe.
Those outside this building wonder how the new rules will help their situation.
Every time they look at us, it's like they think we're like a piece of dirt on the ground, that we don't deserve to have some place that we can actually call home.
And people like Eric know this decision will affect more than just him.
It just compounds the problem if they don't give them another option.
In Loveland, I'm Maggie Bryan, Denver 7.
And for more context here, in September, funding ran out for the South Railroad Shelter in Loveland. It was one of just 2 overnight shelters. So that left the city with just the Loveland Resource Center. But that one's closing its overnight shelter services March 15th and shutting down the whole operation in April. A lot of people who use that shelter say they've just been pushed aside.
What are you going to put all of us out on the street with nowhere to go, nothing to do, freeze to death? There's got to be a solution.
And Denver 7 took those concerns to Mayor Pat McFall and asked whether the city has any kind of long-term emergency shelter plan.
Is there still a plan in the future to have some sort of long-term emergency shelter for people?
That is unknown right now. I mean, I know that we're working with nonprofits, we're working with the faith-based to figure out how we can help those folks that are here.
The mayor also told us he's looking at partnering with neighboring cities to find maybe a regional housing solution. In 2024, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that ordinances prohibiting camping on public property do not violate the 8th Amendment, even when shelter space is unavailable. And Denver 7 has covered this extensively. You can learn more about how it impacts camping bans here in Colorado by scanning that QR code.
Yeah. So we had an urban camping ban here in Denver since 2012. Camping ban could be impacted by U.S. Supreme Court. Yep. On Monday. About time. I was wondering when it was going to take that goddamn case up. It took, 5 years for that shit to get to the Supreme Court. Wow. I definitely have to keep y'all updated on that. We were trying to get them to overturn the urban camping ban here in Denver since 2012. When they passed that shit. Okay, I got this other one about another shelter closing. And the service provider took the house through the program with Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. Shelter closes to make way for affordable housing. Affordable for who? When they talking about affordable housing, that shit don't mean you.
Denver 7 is following up tonight on the closure of a shelter run by the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless to make way for an affordable housing complex.
We were there before the closure as residents were worried about where they'd go next. The shelter is in the Park Avenue Inn, the one that was run out of an old La Quinta right at the interchange with I-25.
Denver 7's Danielle Kreuter working to get answers about where the people staying there were able to go and what resources are available for them.
We were both homeless.
When we first spoke with residents at the Park Avenue Inn back in October, the clock was ticking down until the end of January when the shelter would close for good.
There's like 25 people still here that don't know what they're doing.
At the time, the property owners, Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, told us this.
We will work with everybody at Park Avenue Inn to make sure that they have a safe place to exit to.
So we're following up. The shelter is now empty. Security and a locked gate surround the property.
We were awarded some tax credits to start construction, which we hope to start in late spring, early summer.
The coalition says it was always their plan to demolish the old hotel and build an affordable housing complex for extremely low incomes. We asked, where did the people who lived in the shelter go before it closed?
In some instances, those were other transitional housing programs with the city of Denver, the All Mile High locations. Some of those were transitional housing programs that we operate.
Knowing that in a few months, those All in Mile High shelters are closing, does that concern you at all?
I mean, anytime we lose resources in our homeless response system, it's very concerning.
We stopped by Renewal Village, one of the coalition properties that some of the folks were rehoused to, and met Tarika Wright.
There's a sobers group, there's bagels, there's just a lot of group, like more mentoring.
She didn't come from Park Avenue, but said this has been a good landing pad for her.
Knowing that it's okay for change, it's okay to, want something better, like you deserve something better at all times.
As for the couple we met back in October, I reached out to them. On the phone, they told me they were able to find housing through Jewish Family Services and are living happily together at a new shelter. The affordable housing project is expected to be fully open in 2027. In Denver, I'm Danielle Kreuter, Denver 7.
And you can scan that QR code on your screen to get in touch with Danielle. She is dedicated to highlighting affordable housing stories in Colorado. You could also email her if you'd prefer, danielle.kreuter@denver7.com.
So this on your screen is a flawed ass count. Every January they go out and take a snapshot of the estimated number of people that are unhoused. It's a flawed count. We've been pointing that out for a number of years now. They still continue to do it, but that's how they allocate the funding to the service providers that are supposed to be servicing our unhoused neighbors. And as you can see, the number has been going up from 2023 to 2024 to 2025. Been at least 1,000 person increase every year. So homelessness is not going down, it's going up, especially in Denver, Colorado, based off of these figures. Went up in Aurora for the first 2 years, and then it's going down as of last year. It's still high. And Aurora only has one shelter. A city of 300,000 people only has one homeless shelter. El Paso County, that's where Carl Springs is. Their homelessness has been going up. As a matter of fact, last time I was in Carl Springs, there was a lot of homeless people. There was a lot of people panhandling. It was really bad. I was like, damn, this is just like Denver.
Home prices are down a bit in Colorado.
It's gotten so bad that even first responders can't afford a house now. So this next story is about how the first responders, they can't even afford to live here no more. That's why we call this the mile high income city. You got mile high income. The average one bedroom is 2 racks.
According to Zillow, the median price now of a home statewide is just under $530,000, a 2.5% drop.
That's fucking crazy. That's still crazy as hell. It's $500,000 for a home. And these same homes, 40, 50 years ago was going for 30,000, 10,000. Some people bought their homes for like 5,000. Them same homes is going for over $500,000 now.
From January of 2025.
Despite that, the state continues to rank as one of the top 5 most expensive housing markets in the country. And first responders are among those being priced out. Political reporter Sean Boyd joins us live in studio to explain how state lawmakers are now trying to step in.
Yeah, Sean, we talk a lot about how teachers, are finding it hard to get some homes and because they're not paid a lot, but first responders, they're not getting rich either.
Right. The average salary of law enforcement, firefighters, 911 operators in Colorado is about $85,000. So not nearly enough to afford a median priced home in most parts of Colorado. Last year, lawmakers passed a bill to help teachers afford homes. Now they're focused on first responders.
Larimer County is becoming expensive.
Larimer County Sheriff John Fayen told state lawmakers the last 8 deputies he's hired moved to Cheyenne, Wyoming due to the high cost of living in Larimer.
Which delays their response should they we need them for an emergency situation.
The median price home in Larimer is about $540,000. To afford that, you'd need a salary of at least $135,000. Larimer County deputies make about $85,000.
We do have troopers that are.
Larimer County is to the north of Denver. It's where Fort Collins. It's relatively big. Man, the biggest city out there is Fort Collins. That's where the CSU Rams is located. College football team and basketball team. There's a university
all over this beautiful state.
It's a university town. similar to Boulder, but it's north of Boulder. Yeah, damn, it's expensive out there too. Like this whole damn state is expensive. I hear an alarm. I hear a fire alarm. God damn it. It's never a dull moment here either.
Captain Brandon Nathlich says state troopers are in the same boat, especially those in rural areas where the gap between housing prices and annual income is the highest in the country. The median price home is $645,000, requiring a salary of about $170,000. State troopers make about $92,000 on average.
I think it's important that we have their backs and that we allow for them as much opportunity as possible for home ownership and be able to live in the community that they serve.
Senators Barb Kirkmeyer and Kyle Mullica introduced a bill aimed at helping not only law enforcement, but all first responders. Under the Colorado Champions Home Loan Program, first responders and their families would be eligible for assistance from the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, a non-governmental affordable housing entity that works with lenders across the state to help low and middle income Coloradans with loans and down payments.
Totally support the idea. I just want to make sure we're getting it to the people who need it.
Some members of the Senate Local Government and Housing Committee said the bill should include means testing, but ultimately agreed in an emergency, it's best to have emergency responders nearby.
This bill is about taking care of those who take care of us.
While the bill doesn't have an income threshold, Senator Kirkmeyer says the Colorado Housing and Finance Authority takes income into account when deciding how much assistance a person is eligible for. The authority has its own funding, so the bill will not cost the state any money. And it did pass committee with only one no vote. This is, again, all first responders. So sheriff's deputies, police officers, firefighters, 911 operators, correction workers, all of these individuals would get help under this.
That's fantastic. Sean, thank you.
Today's dry and windy weather certainly was as advertised. It pushed fires on the eastern plains, created a brownout of horrible visibility at the time of a terrible crash on I-25 south of Pueblo. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Kyle Clark.
I'm Kim Christensen. More on those stories in just a moment. But first, the weather story is shifting to the biggest snow event of the season in Colorado's mountains. They've been waiting for this one. 9 News Chief Meteorologist Kathy Sabin is joining it. They also have wind, though, Kathy.
They do. And that has really been the big story today on the eastern plains, of wind and the critical fire danger. But in the mountains, some good news. The snow continues to fall, and we could see 1 to 3 feet by Thursday. A handful of preliminary totals, but we expect to see these numbers triple, double, even quadruple over the next couple of days. Now, with the setting sun, the winds have come down in Denver, and so have the temperatures, down to 35 degrees this hour. Winds much lighter in the city, still blowing to 30 on the eastern plains and 63 mile-per-hour gusts over elevated terrain. Red flag warning is canceled for tonight, but reinstated tomorrow, south and east. Same with the high wind warning, canceled tonight. But those driving Pueblo to Trinidad need to be very careful. Similar driving conditions setting up to what we saw earlier today. This full wind forecast is just ahead.
No joke.
I-25 northbound, south of Pueblo is closed tonight. It's been 12 hours since a crash there.
4 people were killed, more than 24 hospitalized after dust and wind together created brownout conditions. 9 News reporter Rachel Krause is here with the latest on that. Rachel.
Yeah, CSP says now total 29 cars and 7 semis were involved. 29 people were taken to the hospital and 1 person is in critical condition.
The way that this went today, I couldn't be any more proud to be part of this team.
Around Pueblo, many in the community are catching their breath hours after jumping into action when a crash turned deadly Tuesday.
The dirt and everything just transversed all the way across I-25 and created just what I'll call as a dirt or a brownout that visibility was next to nothing.
4 people were killed, 29 others were injured. Ambulances came for some. Pueblo County District 70 sent 2 buses, taking victims to hospitals.
We drill a lot.
Jared Wassow ran incident command at UC Health Parkview. He says emergency department charge nurses got the call about the mass casualty coming in, and everyone jumped into action.
We were already on our decision makers call as our first patient started to arrive. You get the phenomenon of both ambulances mobilizing the most injured patients to the hospitals as quickly as possible, but then you also have the phenomenon of walking wounded. So individuals from the accident who are able to extract themselves but are harmed start showing at the hospitals as well.
For 5 hours, Moisau says they moved quickly, stabilizing patients. More serious injuries first. Hospital staff stepping in to help.
They were able to handle multiple other scenarios at the same time without breaking stride.
Moisau says the drills, the training they run through constantly help them care for so many so quickly.
Today, when the community needed us and needed the other resources in our community, we did what we were supposed to do.
CSP says of the 4 killed in today's crash, 2 men were from Walsenburg, 1 woman was from Pueblo, and another woman was from Rye. Rachel Krause, 9 News.
People ordered to evacuate today because of 2 fires on the Eastern Plains. They're allowed to return home now.
One of those fires started in Elbert County. The other one was up in Weld. 9 News reporter Janelle Finch is along with what firefighters were up against in today's conditions. Janelle?
Kim, Kyle, Aurora Fire was one of the assisting agencies on that fire in Elbert County. Officials estimate flames grew to between 5,000 and 10,000 acres. The plains were on high alert as strong winds blew across the area. Around noon, the County Road 169 fire sparked up in a rural part of Elbert County and threatened some homes.
Too close.
Tim Anderson says the fire got within 3/4 of a mile to his house. He's lived in Lyman just off Highway 71 for decades.
Definitely. I mean, we raised our daughter here. We've had a lot of animals here. So it would have been devastating to lose this house.
Anderson was forced to leave his home around 1:20 p.m.
And we were literally about a mile north watching our house.
Around 5 p.m., the Colorado Division of Fire Prevention and Control said crews stopped the progress of the fire toward Highway 71 and Anderson's home.
They're good friends and they saved our lives today. So, and saved our houses and everything else. So I can't thank them enough.
Do you have an update for me?
People living in Morgan County were thankful for firefighters at work too. A 300 to 400 acre fire just south of Wiggins prompted evacuations.
Just about a mile inside our county.
Morgan County Sheriff Dave Martin says winds picked up to 45 to 55 miles per hour near the fire.
It doesn't take much to drive a vegetation fire like that.
Homeowners could return within an hour after evacuating. Martin says the fire was contained just before 5 p.m.
It's very concerning when we put out a red flag warning. We take that very serious.
The National Weather Service is warning of more enhanced fire danger for tomorrow for some of the Eastern Plains. Eastern Elbert and Lincoln County will be under a red flag warning. Live in Aurora, Janelle Finch, 9 News.
A teacher caught inappropriately filming students quietly resigned from one school district, then got hired months later in another. Now he's facing 40 felony charges.
Kevin Vaughn from 9 News Investigates set out to answer some questions about why this teacher's resignation from one job was wrapped in secrecy and how he was able to return to the classroom.
This story begins at Erie Middle School.
Lunch is a big time for us.
Begins on a Tuesday in September 2023.
That was a great time to meet the kids.
That day, Tom Baxter, in his 5th year as the school's campus supervisor, walked the cafeteria.
And I heard this table of boys just kind of laughing and acting a little different than they normally do, right? Guys, what is going on? What happened? Well, they started telling me about Mr. Ioannis. And I said, what?
What happened, they said, was that teacher Patricio Ioannis had filmed a student as Ioannis rubbed the boy's bare back.
Did this really happen? And he goes, yes, those things, it's all true.
A St. Vrain Valley School District investigation substantiated the allegations that Ioannis filmed 3 students, though no footage was located that showed any of them shirtless. An Erie police investigation ended without charges, and Ioannis's attorney got a judge to seal the police files.
Just because criminal charges weren't filed at the time certainly doesn't mean that criminal conduct didn't occur.
Attorney Aaron Hogan represents the family of one of the boys who was filmed and was stunned by what happened next. Ioannis resigned, and he and the district agreed to keep their agreement confidential.
Provisions like that are extremely concerning.
The parents of Ioannis's Erie students didn't know any of that, didn't know he got another job in another district at Arvada High until last month, when police arrested him on allegations of filming more than a dozen boys in classrooms, his home, even on the internet. The documents even allege some of those boys were naked and some performed sex acts.
I think the family feels let down. I think betrayed, trusted them to care for the most important person in their life, and they let them down.
The quest for answers to know what happened took us to Ioannis's home. At first, no answer. And then, hi, Kevin Vaughn with 9 News. He opened the door. Will you answer questions about the allegations that you filmed children and
I
stole
can't
those
answer anything
videos?
right now from my attorney. So let me forward you along to him. Is that okay?
That would be all right.
Thank you.
We're still waiting. In the meantime, hi, this is Kevin Vaughn at 9 News calling with questions about Patricio Ioannis. We called every school board member in both districts. If you could call me back, I'd appreciate it. Only one did, from Jeffco, who forwarded our request to Superintendent Tracy Dorland. Both Dorland and St. Vrain Superintendent Jackie Capuchin declined to talk to us. Instead, both districts issued written statements. Jeffco asserted that an Arvada High administrator checked with Ioannis's St. Vrain supervisor and a human resources director, but heard of no concerns or investigations and got confirmation only of Ioannis's dates of employment. St. Vrain, meanwhile, maintains there is no record anyone from Jeffco called. And if a St. Vrain administrator gave only employment dates, that would be a significant red flag. In the eyes of both Baxter and Hogan, both districts failed.
Where did it fall? Who's responsible that he was allowed to get hired in Jeffco public schools after what he did there?
They essentially allowed or gave him the opportunity to continue harming children.
We should also note that the St. Vrain Valley School District did not report what it knew about Ioannis to the Colorado Department of Education. Because the teacher wasn't charged with a crime, it was not required to do that. However, it had that option. And if that had been done, the Department of Education would have done its own investigation and determined whether that merited putting a flag on Ioannis's teaching license.
That's what they should have
If
did.
that had happened, that flag would have warned all potential future
exactly what they should
employers
have did.
that there had been an issue while he was working at Erie Middle School. Reporting in the studio, Kevin Vaughn, 9 News.
This motherfucker is sick. They need the guillotine. All right, so I got more videos about local Denver news and Aurora news. So we're gonna go to Aurora. So we had 3 missing Black girls. I think they're still missing. Let's see what's happening. And then we got the city council member that got arrested for DUI.
Breaking news as we come on the air tonight. Aurora police asking for your help locating these 3 missing sisters they say are at risk. 12-year-old Annabelle, 10-year-old Ariella, and 8-year-old Autumn went missing from their home on East 22nd Avenue and Sable Boulevard this afternoon. It's about 3:40. Police tell us they packed backpacks and left for an unknown location. And their mom says she doesn't think they are dressed for this weather. So if you have seen them, please take a look here. Call 911 or contact the Aurora Police Department.
Well,
Wow. So they are missing. And in Aurora City Council news, one of the city council members that just got elected, he ain't even been in office a full month, 2 months. Yeah, they need to lock his ass up. That ain't it. Nigga's a freak, right? Straight weirdo, exactly. Let him register as a sex offender on the offenders list. Exactly, man. Listen, it's definitely what you should have to do. Sickos. Listen, the little girls is missing. 22nd is Sable. Nah, exactly where that's at. So then, also in Aurora, city council member got arrested for DEI. Just got elected. This the same Negro. Now, when me and Lady Chase seen him at the Black Arts Festival, when he was running for mayor of Aurora, we told him he needed to produce some tangibles for the Black Aurorians. Otherwise, he wasn't going to get the Black vote. As soon as we told him that, he dropped out the race. Then he called himself making a resurgence last year. Yeah, because their election was last year in 2025. He ran again, but this time for city council at large, and somehow he won. So he won the seat, and not even a month into being in the office, he already got a damn DEI.
New at 5, an Aurora City Council member was arrested late last night on charges of driving under the influence. Aurora police tell us Robert Andrews was pulled over around 9:30 last night after officers spotted a Ford F-250 driving the wrong way on Chambers Road and weaving in and out of lanes. Andrews was placed on a detox hold and released this morning on a summons, facing several charges. Councilmember Andrews currently sits on several committees, including transportation and public safety. Fox 31 reached out to Aurora City Council and Councilmember Andrews, and we have not yet heard back.
Tonight, an Aurora City councilman addressing his DUI arrest during a council meeting a short time ago. Rob Andrews was arrested on the 17th, and police say his blood alcohol level was more than 3 times the legal limit. During tonight's meeting, Andrews said he's dedicated to showing accountability.
Accountability has to be more than words. While this plays out, I am voluntarily registering for a restorative justice class, working with MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, and taking proactive steps to ensure this never happens again in any form.
Andrews said the situation's an ongoing investigation and can't comment much on the matter, but he believes there are inconsistencies with the case. He adds he is committed to rebuilding trust and serving Aurora.
So what's so funny about this is I had just seen the dude like a week or two prior to this even happening. I seen him at the 7-Eleven over by Lady Chase house, and I think I was getting some cat litter or something, cat litter or something for the pets. And I ended up running into him at that 7-Eleven. And I was like, oh, congratulations on your win or whatever. And he was like, yeah, contact me. He gave me one of his little flyers or whatever. He was like, yeah, contact me. I contacted him the same day. Never heard back from him. Then a week or two later, this happened. Just saying. So this is the body cam footage of him getting stopped by the police.
I don't know, but that passenger's been real sketchy. Window down.
That was the same truck he had got out of too. I didn't know they released the body cam footage. Huh. I ain't gonna sit here for no 2 hours watching this. But basically, he was copping pleas when he got in the jail. He was like, oh, make sure that you don't let this get out to the public. I don't want the public to find out. Bro, you talking to the wrong people. We at war, but these Negroes out here in Colorado, they off cold as hell. He one of them. He's sitting up here copping pleas with him. Oh, don't let this get out. I don't want the public to know. You know, I'm an elected official. Can't have this get out. As soon as they heard that shit, they went straight to the media. We try to warn his ass, but he's one of those special niggas.
Hello.
I don't mind doing that shirt.
Why do you need to spit? You what? Keep the window down.
I don't know why he thought that was gonna do something. This is APD. APD will blow your freaking brains out. They don't play. They known for killing niggas out in Aurora. Don't worry, though. Be more got more than their own problems. Yeah, I believe it. What happened to him? He used to be a cool dude. Yeah. Oh, he went full. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what happened to him.
Queue up.
This is the same APD that just killed a black man last year at a traffic stop. Same APD that killed Elijah McClain. Same APD that killed so many. We're fucking notorious for killing black people. They just killed Kylan Lewis, a year prior to that. They still ain't got no justice for him. And I know the family. And Elijah McClain's family, they got $15 million. And the mama had the audacity to tell me I was bitter and hateful because I said, you know, that money's not going to bring your son back. But the mama's on some coon shit. So I had to check her in Jeff's chat, and Jeff blocked me. Punk ass Jeff fart. That's our version of Roly Poly Martin out here.
You okay?
That's yes. Okay. So do me a favor, stand with just level enough. Get together, hands straight down at your side. Before we begin, I'm going to ask you a whole bunch of questions and answer them truthfully, and then we'll get on with it. Okay? You ever take care of a doctor or dentist? Yeah, see one recently? Okay. All right. You wear contacts, glasses, anything
Where his head is at.
Do you have any physical elements such as a backpack, bad legs? What kind of elements do you have?
You what?
Okay. Standing still, standing straight up, walking 2 feet back. It does. Okay. Would you feel more comfortable if we sat down and did these, or because you can do that?
I think it's fine.
You're fine. Okay. You wearing dress shoes? Are those going to be comfortable for you to walk?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Have you had a concussion recently?
No. Maybe one.
A concussion last night? Okay. Did you go to the doctor, get it checked out?
No, I didn't.
You didn't fall, or you didn't go to the doctor?
I did fall.
You did fall. Okay. All right. Are you diabetic?
Not that I know.
Okay. So you don't take insulin or anything like that? All right. Have you taken any medication today? Ibuprofen works. That's medication, right? So you took some ibuprofen.
Yes, sir. Do I know his password? I'm sorry.
Ask him for his phone password.
When he's done talking to that officer, I can do that.
Hey, what's your password to your phone?
Sure.
I need the password for the insurance. Oh, you sent it to me.
I'll send it to you.
Okay. Sorry about that. I was turning off the flashing light so it didn't bother your eyes. Okay. You see my finger right up here? Can you reach up and touch the tip of it? Okay. While keeping your head still, don't move your head. I'm going to move my finger back and forth, and I want you to follow with your eyes and your eyes only. Do you have any questions? No. Good, sir.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put that.
I appreciate that. Appreciate your cooperation. So the next maneuver we're going to do is something called the walk and turn. Okay. So can you imagine a straight line? Okay. I want you to take that left foot, place it directly on that line, and put your right foot right in front of your left foot, heel touch and toe. Can you do that now? Nope. Just take that left foot on that line, put your right foot, heel touch and toe, and stop.
Like this.
So left foot, right foot goes in front. Take your right foot, put it in front of your left foot.
Oh, okay. So there's just this.
Nope. So I'm going to explain it again. Okay. Your left foot.
Yep.
There's going to be a line going all the way down and back. Okay. What I want you to do is take your right foot, place it directly in front of your left, heel touching toe, and stop. Don't move.
Right.
Stay in that position.
Yeah.
Okay.
Make sure.
Look at me. Put your hands straight to your side. Okay. So I'm going to Are you okay?
Well, my feet are numb, so I'm like.
Okay. Is this something that you can do?
My back is. I got sciatica, so I'm trying to.
Okay. I don't want you to do anything that's going to hurt you or make you feel uncomfortable.
Well, this does hurt, so I'm just trying to figure out what you're.
Okay.
Just tell me.
So what we're going to do is we're going to walk. We're going to walk a series of steps. Okay. But in order to do that, we have to get in a starting position, and that starting position is what I was telling you to do. Okay. If it's something that you can't, nope. Stop. If it's something that you cannot physically do,
I can't physically do this.
Okay.
I'm in pain. I can't.
Nope. And that's perfectly fine. So the last one that we have is something called the one leg stand. Is that something that you can do? Can you stand on one foot?
I can't.
You can't stand on one foot?
Okay. I mean, I can. Let me try. I'll try.
I don't want you to hurt yourself. So we're not going to do that. Okay, we're just going to stay with the eye test. Okay. 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 So at this point, Mr. Andrew, I do believe that you're driving under the influence of alcohol. Okay. So go ahead and turn around for me, please. Okay. At this point, we're going to place you under arrest. We're driving under the influence of alcohol. Stand still. Thanks, sir. You don't have any weapons on you or anything, do you?
No, sir.
Okay, we're going to walk to my car.
621, one adult male in custody.
Yeah, we'll get all that. Just walk over here to the back of my car, please. You okay? Just
621.
Okay. Before we get in, I'm going to pat you down, make sure you don't have anything on you. Whatever you have in your pocket before we get in, paper car. We're going to take everything out of your pockets, okay? And then pat search out.
You'll never get your pick back.
A bunch of change. You're going to put it in this bag. It's going to come with us.
Definitely don't never get your money back.
Wallet. Whole bunch of cash. You want us to give this all to your son, or do you want to it to come with you? Come with you. Okay.
One time.
While you're sitting there, I'm going to explain something to you, okay? It's called Colorado Express Consent. By the mere act of driving in the state of Colorado, you have given your express consent for a chemical test of your breath or your blood. So that means at this point, you get to choose what sample you want to provide. If you choose a breath test, we'll take you back to the jail. You'll go twice into intoxilizer. We'll have immediate results. Okay. If you elect blood, we'll call out the ambulance. The ambulance will draw 2 vials of blood from your arm after sticking a needle in your arm. We'll get the results. They'll be sent off to a lab. We'll get the results. Accuracy's the same. Okay. It's just what you prefer, whether blown into a machine or having blood taken. What would you like to do? Before you answer that, if you refuse, your license can be taken from you for up to a year. Okay. Once you make a decision on what to provide us,
2 years back.
you can't change it. Okay. Would you like to give a breath sample or a blood sample? I can't make the choice for you. You have to make the choice, and nobody else can make it for you. It's completely up to you. Breath or blood? Okay, we'll do a breath test. Your vehicle, is your son able to drive? Is he sober?
Yeah.
He's sober? Okay. And you want all this stuff to come with us. You don't want us to give it to your son? We can bring your ID and your wallet and everything else can go with him if that's what you want. Either way, you'll get it back.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll give everything to him that was in your pocket. Okay?
Except for the wallet? Or except for
We
ID?
take the wallet. We have his ID.
Okay. So give it all to him. It's on the top. Sir, do you have an ID on you? Just because, so I can kind of let you know what's going on. Is that your dad? You don't need to know? Okay, well, he would like you to take the car home if you're sober. Okay? So, can I have a conversation with you?
Yeah, bro. Yes. What's going on? It's the dispatch number. So there's officers here. I'm just asking. What's up? What do you need?
Okay. So, is that your father?
He is.
Okay.
What do you want?
So, he's being arrested for a DUI. Okay. He would like us to give you his belongings.
Hey, peace.
Okay.
Okay. Are you able to drive this vehicle?
Your lawsuit, claim, Angel. Just
Okay.
in a straight line, brother, man.
Do you need anything from us?
No.
Badge numbers and
Sure. 2464 and the other officer.
give me the cards.
Okay.
And also, I'm not trying to be problematic, so just give me the stuff and I'll get out of here. You guys go somewhere else. All right?
Okay, that's good. Okay, we don't
He's calling 911 on us.
I would blame him. I would. That motherfucker known to kill niggas. First
Mr. Andrews, here we go. We're going to walk you all the way through this as we get done, okay?
I'm bringing his stuff.
You're bringing it?
Yep.
He doesn't want it?
No, he's just not.
And your truck, you said you want to give that to your son and he's okay with it? Okay.
621, can I get your status? 621 status?
Code 4.
We just got a call from a location near you. They said they got some keys to send more officers.
Oh, he did want our business cards.
I'm gonna fast forward to him.
Yes, sir. What can I help you with? Yep. And it'll all be in the report that we get to your dad. You did? You want them now?
Yeah, I wanted them.
Okay. Do you have this property?
Yeah.
I mean, work with you. I don't know what's
Here's the back card. So your dad was arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol. So we're not going to even hold him on the bond. We'll just a second.
They're not holding him on a bond.
And as soon as he sobers up, he can get out. He's going to be released with a summons.
All right,
so you don't have to bond him out.
No problem.
Did you want our business
card with the
I,
case number?
yeah, I'll take it. You're so nice. Thank you. Hold on.
Oh,
I owe you
shoot.
lunch.
Sorry. That's your dad's
There's
stuff?
his.
Business card?
Okay. You got any other questions? I know it's upsetting, but it's going to be super. You have any questions?
That's taking them to jail.
There we are.
Mr. Andrews, we're going to take the watch off you. Same with that.
Oh,
okay. You can keep your ring on, but the watch. Cool. Tell me that.
Get out of the media. Politicians.
We will start at 10:05. So no coughing, no clearing your throat, no anything, okay? Because if you do it again, then we're going to start it over again. You do it again, then it's going to go down as a refusal. A refusal means that the state can take your license for up to a year, okay? So compliance is the best game. I'm just going to sit here and stare at you. It's going to be super uncomfortable. It is for most people, but I'm just going to sit and watch. Okay? Talk if you want. If you don't, if you just want to sit there, it's up to you. Can I tie my shoe? Yeah, go for it. What do you mean talk? Some people like to talk while they sit there and wait, as long as they, they're not throwing up, burping, things like that. Because
Also, we have 20 minutes of just
talking staring at you. That's what it is. Just me staring at you.
Oh, okay.
That's all it is. Okay. Sometimes it gets to people. Sometimes it doesn't. They don't care. So.
Oh, I know. Just 20 minutes.
Right. 20 minutes of your life.
Yeah. Help me understand the 8 hours of.
Okay, so there's a couple things that we can do DUI wise.
Yeah.
Right. We can write you into jail, where then you'd have to post a bond to get out.
Right.
A bond is money down payment saying that you're going to show up at court. Okay. Another option that we have is put you on a detox hold and not have a bond. So what I'm planning on doing is putting you on a detox hold. I offer this to everybody that comes through, as long as they're compliant. And they're not giving me guff or anything, and they're not making life hard for the jailers or anything like that. I will write you a summons, a ticket. Give it to you. You'll go to court at a later date, but you'll have to stay here until you sober up. Okay. Usually it is the 8 hours.
So it's a ticket.
And that's just a ticket.
Okay.
If not, if all of a sudden you decide to start giving everybody grief and making everybody's
Go
job
wild.
super hard, like you can hear, in there. Then we'll just write an affidavit, and we won't write the ticket, and you'll have to stay here until you're out.
Oh, then you have to go to jail.
So we do it the easy way, right?
So what's the ticket?
It'll be for weeding and then proper left-hand turn.
Okay.
And the DUI.
Okay. So what happens with the DUI after that?
So once you get released, you'll have a court date. Some people get attorneys, some people don't. You can speak with an attorney, and then it's your right to take it to trial if you want to, or go through the whole court process.
How long does that normally take?
It could take. You have the right to a speedy trial, right? So
within 6 months. Then.
But some people drag it out for a long time. That's up to you, or if you elect to have an attorney and your attorneys. But you can fight it if you want to. Or you can just accept what they give you and go from there.
What would be the consequences of it?
So I've seen it all over the place, like first time offense, a fine. Usually there's not jail time if it's like your first offense. And usually once you take like an alcohol class, the judge can order a whole host of different things. And I've seen all of it. So, I would like to give you a straight answer. It's going to be this, this, and this, but it's truly up to the judge. And what you guys kind of like work out or what he thinks is appropriate. It's just a misdemeanor. It's just a misdemeanor arrest. It's not a felony. That would come later on the line of like multiple DUIs.
I've never had a arrest.
Okay. Here to answer your questions as best as I can.
Sure.
Okay. So it's a misdemeanor, like traffic offense. Same with like driving under restraint, things like that. So you can have regular misdemeanors. You can have a traffic misdemeanor. Okay. It's traffic misdemeanor.
Okay. I'm more concerned about the public not knowing about it.
Okay. We don't tell anybody. An officer or guest don't. But everything that we do is open to public.
Lies. I don't tell nobody, but yet the media found out right after this. Like literally the same day, they was like, "Oh boy, got rounded up for a DUI," and he's sitting up here. You don't know what the hell you're doing. Sitting up here telling them, "Oh, don't leak this to the press," and that's exactly what the hell they did.
So, we don't go broadcasting. Hey, we arrested whoever.
No, I'm sure you did.
That's not.
Sure
But if somebody like pulls an open records request, everybody gets arrested. I have no idea. You would have to talk to the records department. That's above me. Okay.
Yeah.
So, and again, let me explain this machine. Super accurate. This is our intoxilizer machine. So what's going to happen? It's legal to drive in the state of Colorado with alcohol after consuming alcohol, right? As long as you're not over a certain limit. So in the state of Colorado, a DUI is 0.08. Okay. Between 0.05 and 0.08 is DWAI, driving while mobility impaired. Okay. Below that, unless you're driving, a commercial motor vehicle or you're under the age of 21, you're okay. So we'll blow twice into this machine. Super simple. It'll give us immediate results. We'll know where you're at. If you are, for some reason, below that, and I'm absolutely incorrect on thinking that you're driving intoxicated, and you're below that 0.05, we'll pad you off. We'll take you back to your truck, and we'll let you go home. Okay, with nothing.
I don't drink very often, so
if you're between 0.05 and 0.08, it's a DWAI. If it's 0.08 and above, it's a DUI. Okay, so it just all depends on where you kind of land. All right.
Okay.
So
yeah, I definitely don't drink very often, so I know
Okay.
Yeah.
It happens sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
Who talks? Just got number. Hold on.
I don't want to know what the number is.
It's for me. It's for me in this machine.
Yeah.
It's
is that going to be in the record?
Nope. Has nothing to do with you.
Okay. Or what? I mean, that's not even publicized or anything like that either.
What's that?
The number.
So everything that happens here, it will be documented. Will be documented in the police report. So anybody can get, unless it's sealed, that usually happens with like serious crimes, child crimes, things like that. They'll seal those, and they won't let them out. Outside of that, usually it's just open record, and they can get the police report. Personal information will be redacted, like addresses, phone numbers, birthdays, all that will be redacted. So some Joe Blow out the street, it's not going to get your date of birth, their social security number, or anything like that.
Okay.
So
as long as they don't know it's me, because I got some people that are very interested in calling me really bad names.
Okay. Well, no bad names are going to be called to you here. So.
Oh no, not with you. I mean, I'm okay with that.
I don't have it.
It's clueless as fuck. And them crackers, they found out about this shit. They want his ass to resign. Like I said, he ain't even been in office for a full month, 2 months yet. They already want his ass to resign.
So do you have any, do you take any medication that the jail's going to need to know about? Outside of aspirin, things like that?
Just ibuprofen.
Ibuprofen, okay. Do you have any physical ailments that the jail needs to know about?
I mean, just my back.
Okay. But you don't take medication for it?
I mean, just ibuprofen.
Okay. Are you injured in any way?
I would say no.
Okay. Just questions that have to go on our form, so that's why I'm asking it. Okay. Outside of your wedding ring, do you have any other jewelry on you that we need to know about?
Yes.
You have a necklace? Okay. Can we take that? We're not going to take your wedding ring. That can stay on. If the jail takes it, that's on them. We're not going to take it. No other piercings or anything like that? No. Okay.
We're not going to jail, right?
This is technically jail.
Sure.
Okay. You're not going to a county jail.
Yeah. But a detox area.
Yeah, just in here. You'll stay here until. You're not going to be transported anywhere. And I didn't miss anything on my pad search.
How do you know these niggas stop?
Oh, I don't think so. Okay, you can. So the reason I asked that, I ask everybody. Usually I ask them out there in the car, but since we came in here first, you're not hiding anything that if you bring into the jail would be considered contraband, weapons or drugs that I would have missed. Because if you do and you find it, that would be considered a felony.
No weapons or drugs.
You don't have like dope stuff,
no
body crevices and things.
No,
That's
I don't.
what I'm asking.
No. I just bring up because I do forget that I might have. Yeah, I do. I have that.
What are you gonna take it for?
That's the one you gave me? Right?
No, we didn't give you a ticket.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
Mind if I open it? Oh, I think it's the speeding ticket. Oh, sit down. Oh, thank you.
I think that is a
trip right on left turn.
Yeah, somebody hit me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Somebody wrote you a ticket. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put this in your car.
Sure.
When did you get this?
That was months ago, but I keep it with me.
So, okay. I'll throw it. Gotcha. I'm just gonna put it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I meant. So, like any what would be considered contraband?
No.
Usually do a pretty good job, but you never know. Somebody might have something but they want to sneak it.
I just want to make sure I don't have it.
Yeah. So, left turn. Improper left turn. Yes. So instead of hitting that first lane, went all the way out to the third lane, almost struck the curb. Then we're not going to count the U-turn because that was appropriate, but then median. So you got to maintain a single mark lane. Mr. Hermes, I'm going to explain this to you, so I don't have to do it right as we do this. After I enter all your information, the machine's going to clean itself to make sure that it is working appropriately. Okay, once it does that, I am going to open up this and I'm going to stick it into this tube right here. It's going to be it's clean because it's packaged. When I tell you to, I'm going to have you stand up, stand right here. You're going to take a deep breath, kind of like you were about ready to blow out candles or a balloon. And then when I tell you, you're going to make a seal around this with your lips and you're going to blow like you're blowing through a straw. Okay. Machine is super sensitive. It can tell if you try and stick your tongue in here or you're not blowing hard enough or you're not blowing into it. It can tell that, right? So just one big, strong breath. And I will sit here and coach you. I'll keep breathing, keep breathing, keep breathing, keep breathing. And that's what I will say to you until we get to a certain point. Once that's done, you can stop. We'll do it one more time. So we'll wait for 2 minutes and then we'll do it again. Okay, so just 2 breaths. That's all it takes. Super simple. All right. Good. All right.
I think that's the fastest I've ever seen body cam performance come out. This happened like a month ago. I'm sure if I make the comments, they'll be like, "There's 9 now. Get him out of here." And about it. That's all the time, though. If I was him, I'd be like, "Yeah."
How do you enjoy your job? What's that?
Why y'all treating me different?
I love my job. I've been doing it for a long time.
And the white elected officials that get
almost 25 years.
DUI.
Yeah. Good to hear.
As you can tell, this nigga's he don't know what the hell is going on. This is really lost in stuff.
What brought you into the?
Say that again.
What brought you into the force?
It's just something I wanted to do since I was a youngster.
Is that right?
Yeah, I've been doing it since it seems like forever.
How do you feel about it now with the changes and all those things that are going on?
It's tough, but keep your chin up, do what's right.
What's tough about it, though?
Dealing with some of the things that are being said to you on a daily basis, trying to help people that don't want to be helped or don't want to be helped by you, even though, you're trying to help them.
Was that like that earlier when you got in, or has it got more intensified now?
I think they've come to realize that they have more leeway. They can say more things. They feel like that they have that, they can say whatever they want without any repercussions, and they can do whatever they want without any repercussions. That's I'm dealing with everything,
Like y'all do all the time.
All right, you find it?
Bro, there's a book right there. I'm sorry.
Right.
Is this universal today or what?
Yeah.
I guess we haven't done you got one?
I just bled.
Oh, okay. Marker brought one in, and then we have ours on turns and shoot the T section.
This year you ended up hitting 4 cars.
Awesome. Well, not awesome, but
yeah.
Left turn from or to the wrong position.
Yeah, but you increase your blood. You have to wait for 2 hours.
I ain't never seen a really bloody camera.
They still get it. But it does.
I'm going to, when I open that, I'm just put gloves on so you don't have to worry about germs, dirty hands, things like that. Just that, sorry. Okay. Don't cover your face for me, please. Oh, sorry.
It only
I'm sure I can see it.
to release the body cam.
Radio off. Do you have ID?
Audio fatigue, audio pressure.
316 of 84.
See them comments.
Robert L. Andrews, correct?
They're already on his
right.
comment.
What time was the stop?
21:31.
What is our case number? 16950. Okay, deep breath for me. Hold on. Big breath. Okay, and blow. Hard. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. No, keep going. We got these two lines that need to come all the way across. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Beautiful. Sorry. I know it's kind of weird at the same. Have a seat. What's going to happen here is the machine's going to clean itself. We're going to do it again. 2 minutes. One more breath, and that's it. Okay. So you did great. You did great. But see how that's kind of like that? Those two lines, we're going to try and get them all the way across the screen again. The way that you do that is a hard, steady blow.
Sir, do you have any injuries that the jail needs to know about?
White.
I said no earlier. No
And
medication.
no medication.
No medical.
I understand. Can't you tell me the fucking ops? Why are you talking to them?
Can you take your hand away from your face?
Oh, sorry.
I know.
I keep forgetting. Sorry.
I don't want to have to put you back in
No.
I
just keep forgetting. Sorry. The detox area will get water.
Yeah, they'll give you water, and I think a sandwich or something like that if you want it. But
I just want to, get out.
Yeah. As soon as we finish here, we can work on getting you some water or something.
I just want to go zero so I can get out.
President Andrews,
Positive.
AND, or EWS.
And if that's the case, if it blows zeros, I will give you a ride back to your truck.
Yeah. Not
March 16th, 1980. Case number is 16950.
Almost done. I apologize. It takes so long.
Oh, that's okay. I'm just trying to figure out how to what I need to do to get out of here.
All right. So once you get back in, they take you back into the jail area. Fingerprint you, photograph you. They'll let you make some phone calls. Okay.
Do I get to keep on my same?
That is, I don't know.
Okay.
Hands down.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know because I don't work back there. So I see people in oranges, but I have no idea.
That could be a long night. Yeah, my watch.
Yeah, we have it. It is 10:30.
What time do they do everything else? So
It's constant. It just keeps on moving.
Well, I mean, so let's say 2:30 in the morning, I'm good to go.
If it's at 2:30 in the morning and you blow zeros, I don't quote me on this, but I think they'll
let you go? How would I know?
They have a little portable blood tester.
They do
They'll
that.
let
They
you
do
go
all
in
that.
Not this,
Right.
but a little portable
They have
one.
some. They have some periodically.
I'm thinking. I have heard rumblings that they keep you here no matter what for 8 hours, but you have to ask the jail staff. Police, jail, different. Work together, but they're different. So they have their rules that they have to follow, which has nothing to do with us.
And that 8 hour starts.
I think when we bring you in, when we brought you
From
in.
the time we put you in cuffs.
Okay, so that would be 9:30ish.
All right. So we're gonna do this again. If you want to come up and stand right here, we got one last one, and then we're finished. Step back, 1 foot back. There you go.
So somebody would have to come pick me up.
Yeah, or actually, they can just let you go out the front door. They'll give you the ticket. Yeah. It stops. Sign. Press all subject to testing. 20 minutes required. 34. So just have a seat for 20 minutes. Yeah, you can come in if you need to.
We're like at the 2 hour.
You guys ready to go? Did you already do 20 minutes?
Yeah, like we got like 4 minutes left on it. So you're let me go the other ones.
You go if you drop off blood earlier.
What's that?
You drop off blood earlier.
It is what it is sometimes.
Sure.
Hey guys, I need that as soon as you can be done.
Yeah, we can move our guy out.
What did it do?
O2.
No, did it say it wasn't in compliance or?
Yeah, O2 compliance. So he gets retested again.
Oh, I thought it was doing the RFI thing.
No, everybody's radios are off.
Oh, okay, I was like, turn your radios off.
Yeah, the door closed.
For the last hour, so I just want to get out there.
All right.
He finally agreed to do this, so.
I can sit in the chair. Yeah, I'm gonna put you out here and go sit out. There you go. It's gotta go through its little cleaning thing and then we're good. You wanna have a seat right here? Cool. Busy, and that's what we're gonna use. So everybody's got to do stuff.
When did you come back?
Last week.
Was that 3 months?
No, it was like
Are you gonna take?
yeah, we're gonna do like we're gonna take a trip down to Texas. Visit your family.
So no, it did. So sometimes what happens is you provide a sample here and
I turned it on yesterday and it's broken.
Really?
Yeah.
it's not as
Do you need it, Judy? Do you need it, Judy?
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
So
I think I actually have an actual menu. I haven't got it free.
I'm sorry. I was gonna text you, but I was like,
have to be within a certain
I felt
hour.
so bad. I should have looked first after I moved.
It takes cell phones. So instead of just giving you.
Now I can take my other two that I'm gonna keep too.
So we're gonna try. Yes, sir, for the man.
Bye.
Yeah, the sergeant's here.
Oh, thanks. Don't put me off. You don't even know my name.
Yeah, I do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I was one of the past in that class.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. I was telling my teacher's name. You sit next to me.
Who?
Still pass your class.
What was our teacher's name?
Let's go ahead and try out for it.
Miss, she's a liberal too. What's her name? Which one is this? She's mine. No, it's yours? Yeah. Aurora.
Can I throw on a target at least, bro?
Not until you remember my name.
Bro, your name is Faith, and I literally remember you. I gave you answers in math class. By the way, I'll have closest to that next about. He's a big kid. He just got so much to say. He's still slow. Do you work with him?
Yeah, he was over here when he was going through training.
I'm making that there. So, old boy fucked around and found out. Like I said, these crackers, they want his ass gone. So, the last story I'm going to cover is Colorado bill with fully legalized prostitution. So, they want to bring the whole stroll to Colorado. There's already been a whole stroll out here for years. But now they want to legalize it.
The first in the nation to fully decriminalize prostitution.
Yeah, Senate Bill 97, introduced last week, would legalize commercial sexual activity, both for people who buy and sell sex willingly. As you can imagine, the topic's drawing a lot of reaction.
And Fox 31's Nicole Fierro speaking to people on all sides of this topic tonight. She's joining us live now with the latest. Nicole?
Yeah, a sponsor of this bill tells us it's all about making it healthier and safer for people who willingly engage in sex work. But we talked to a woman who helps rescue victims of sex trafficking, and she fears this will only increase the very dangerous issue and could make it worse.
This is not what I would call a safe bill.
From an organization centered around helping human trafficking victims to a Colorado district attorney.
It is difficult to imagine a more unneeded, untimely, and reckless bill.
We're hearing input about Senate Bill 97, looking to decriminalize adult commercial sexual activity. Senator Nick Henriksen, a sponsor of the bill, says this is not the return of the Old West or bringing back brothels.
The approach is saying what happens in the private bedrooms of consenting adults isn't the government's business, and the government will no longer be involved in that.
Are we going to turn Colorado into Las Vegas, or are we going to keep Colorado good for families?
This is not what is the legal framework at all in Nevada or Amsterdam. It is much more closely aligned with the framework of New Zealand and multiple states in Australia and Belgium.
He sent us this study that found sex workers exposed to, quote, repressive police practices had a higher risk of HIV and STIs. Also, criminalization disrupted sex workers' support networks.
Overwhelmingly, the data shows that the outcomes for reduced trafficking, reduced violence.
We're not talking about domestic human trafficking. We're talking about overseas different situations. So that does not apply here. And if pimps and traffickers believe that women will no longer have any sort of consequences, and neither will the clients, then they're going to very much flock to Colorado to expand their efforts.
Janelle Goodrich is the founder and executive director of From Silence to Saved.
We have responded on scene for multiple situations just in the past couple weeks where we knew these women had pimps. We knew they were scared. We knew they were under control and coercion. And their words were, "I'm fine. He's my boyfriend. I'm doing this on my own." But if it is decriminalized, who's going to intervene? We just send them back out.
She says there's already legal protections in place for sex workers to come forward to police and get immunity to protect themselves.
My stance and concerns and strong opposition towards this policy is the fallout of it long term and the amount of victims that will go unseen and unresponded to because of this policy.
Brockler brought up a question. Why not put this on a ballot for voters to decide? And we asked the sponsor. He said that victims, or not victims, but people who engage in sex work, this could help, are going to testify in front of a committee, and more data would be brought in front of them, where he thinks that would be missed in a ballot question. He also says he thinks this will go to committee in a few weeks, and if it is passed, that would go into effect in July. We'll keep an eye on any developments. Reporting live in Denver, Nicole Fierro, Fox 31.
Could prostitution be legal in Colorado? There is a bill moving through the Colorado Senate that would decriminalize it. And if it's approved, Colorado would become the first state in the U.S. to fully decriminalize it. Our 9 News legal expert, Whitney Traylor, joins us now. Thanks for coming in.
Sure. Happy to be here.
It's kind of wild to be talking about.
Yeah.
So first, tell us a little bit about this bill. What would be allowed and what wouldn't?
Yeah, so this bill would decriminalize prostitution. So that means actually selling sex and actually those who are soliciting it. So it would take away those criminal penalties. It would also, this is something that I think is important and I think may get some pushback. It will also prevent local counties and local governments from enacting their own laws to outlaw prostitution. So it will be statewide, it will be lawful. So it will still be unlawful to pander, which is to pressure someone to commit sexual acts that they don't want to consensually do. And it will also still outlaw pimping.
What's the reasoning for decriminalizing prostitution?
Well, it's interesting. And there were 4 Democrat sponsors of this bill. And the one primary sponsor, he said that people had come to him. He's out of Pueblo. And he said folks had come to him, sex workers, and said that it's dangerous. And after hearing their stories, he felt that decriminalizing it would actually make it safer, may make it, human trafficking is still unlawful, so it may make distinctions there. So, you know, this is how our representative government works. Somebody comes in and says, hey, here's an issue that we need a law. And then the lawmaker goes and passes that law. And he actually said when there is a hearing and you hear some of these people testify, that it will be persuasive.
Okay. Now, other states like Nevada have practically decriminalized it, but
Yes.
this would go a little bit further, right?
This would go further. So there's a couple states that go very far. So most people think about Nevada, but Nevada, it's still, there's certain counties that they have outlawed prostitution. So it's not statewide. And then it's specifically regulated for houses of prostitution or brothels. So here it would just be across the board. And Maine is another place where they have said that selling sex is lawful, but soliciting sex is unlawful. And so they could go after the men who are seeking the prostitution, but the women who are performing the sex acts, they don't have criminal activity. And that was for safety reasons too. So those are 2 states that have went very far. But if Colorado passes this law, it will be the farthest in the country.
All right. So if this passes, what's the timeline? And do you expect any litigation around it?
I do think there would be some litigation if it passes. Some folks arguing the constitutionality of it. I think it's supposed to go in effective immediately, so I suspect it would be in effect by July. So it will
This
be,
July?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, if it passes. So I'm not sure. Obviously, we have a Democrat-controlled legislature and obviously a Democrat governor. The governor has not indicated whether or not he would sign this if it did pass. And I'm not sure what other Democrat-led representatives, how they feel about it. So even though there's 4 Democrat sponsors on it.
Do you expect any unintended consequences if this law does pass?
That's a good question. Yes, I do think there will be some unintended consequences. I mean, some folks are saying, well, the social normalization is then sort of putting our moral compass a little further along. And some people could argue, well, we now have gambling in the state. We have legalized marijuana. We have mushrooms. Now we may have prostitution. So some people may say, hey, we're becoming Sin City.
Right.
In many respects. And it's a question if the laws keep getting pushed. That's the Second Amendment folks' argument is, hey, if you limit my gun just a little bit here, you're going to keep pushing. And so the question is, hey, will we keep pushing in towards this sort of morally amorphous area?
Yeah. How far will the pendulum swing?
Yes, exactly right. So
see.
yeah, that's potentially one.
Very interesting. When you sent your list of ideas for this week, I saw this one and I was like, what? We got to talk about that.
Yes.
So keep your eye on it. Let us know what happens.
Yeah, we'll know. It'll go to committee, and then it will go, if it gets out of the committee, which it's a 5-2 committee where it's first 5 Democrats and 2 Republicans. So it probably will get out of committee, and then we'll see what the rest of the legislature does.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Whitney, as always, thank you.
New here at 5, a new protest to try and keep ICE from opening up a new detention center here in Colorado.
It is a former state prison that's in Hudson, but today the protesters were here in the metro area. Fox 31's Matt Morrow joining us now from the breaking news desk to explain why. Matt?
Christine, the protesters were in front of an apartment building in downtown Denver. They're hoping to send a message to the building's owner, Highlands Right. That group also owns a former state prison in Hudson that is now set to become a new detention facility for ICE. Take a look. This is new video of the protesters today in front of the chamber lofts. We'll see them here in just a few minutes. That protest, by the way, happening at 17th and Champa. Highlands Right owns the lofts as well as a Hudson correctional facility. That's what you see right here. It's a former state prison with about 1,250 beds. It's set to become the latest ICE detention facility. Last year, the ACLU reported that ICE was contracting to have the GEO Group operate that facility. GEO is the same private detention company that operates the ICE detention facility in Aurora. ICE says it's been at capacity for months now and they need more space. Today, faith leaders and others have this to say.
And what we know is that when ICE presence ramps up, that means increase in fear, it means increase in terror, it means increase in separation of families, it means kids who are afraid that they'll come home and not see their parents at home, it means neighborhoods that are torn asunder.
We reached out to ICE today to get an update on the Hudson facility and their response to the protest, but have not heard back. This is a federal holiday, and the Department of Homeland Security is technically shut down right now. Back in October, though, ICE told us this, and I quote, ICE has increased detention bed space to approximately 62,000, reflecting the urgent operational need created by the prior administration's open border policies. The reckless lack of enforcement during that time overwhelmed our systems and made these expansions not only necessary, but critical to restoring law and order. We also reached out to the GEO Group and to that real estate group, Highlands Right, and have not heard back from either. The Hudson facility was set to open last year, but hasn't just yet. Christine?
To Delia Ramirez.
Right, that's right. Another congressional leader. So 1 minute, right? We're timing me, but I'm also speaking for Greg. I'm kidding. I'm Congresswoman Delia Catalina Ramirez. I represent Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, representing many parts of the city of Chicago, northwest part. Look, let me be very blunt, and I'm going to just say it. The greatest threat to the homeland right now is called the Department of Homeland Security. Right. We have seen the danger in infusing resources into DHS abuse of power. And I'm going to also say something else here. DHS is not rogue. Because when it was built to violate our rights and has been empowered to act with impunity. Congress needs to send a message, and it is why we are here today, that we do not consent, nor will we enable DHS and ICE's lawlessness. Yes, Noam has to resign. I've been telling her this since April. There needs to be oversight, and the mask must come off. But also, Americans are past reforms of a department that has used your taxpayer dollars to execute people in broad daylight. This is why the Melt ICE Act ends the Department of Homeland Security's funding to detain and monitor pregnant women, children, neighbors, disrupting immigration enforcement, and then redirecting that money, your money, into the communities that have been impacted, whether it's in Minnesota, in Chicago, in Portland, and all over the country. Here's the bottom line, folks, that I'm getting off before Bonnie pushes me out. We must have accountability, and we must bring justice to every fascist in the administration, and that includes Kristi Noem, that includes Stephen Miller, and that includes Tom Homan. ICE will be abolished, DHS will be dismantled, and together we will get it done. With that, I'd like to now introduce my colleague, Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Thank you, Dalia. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be here with you all. I represent Minneapolis, which is currently under occupation. We do not exaggerate when we say we have schools where 2/3 of the students are afraid to go to school. We do not exaggerate when we say we have people who are afraid to go to the hospital because our hospitals have occupying paramilitary forces. We do not exaggerate when we say our restaurants are shutting down because there are not enough people to drive the employees to work and from work. We do not exaggerate when I say we have people who are housing other people because they are afraid to go home. And that is all happening in an American city. We have two neighbors, two of my constituents, who were shot by federal agents as cameras recorded. And their president maligned their name and told us not to believe our eyes. When we say it is time for Kristi Noem to go, we mean it now. When we say there needs to be accountability for the architect of the terror we are facing in Minneapolis and so many other cities, which is Stephen Miller, we mean we need accountability for him now. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for joining the call to get ICE out of our cities, for us to dismantle this department that is not just rogue, but unlawful. And yes, obviously, if Kristi Noem does not resign and the president doesn't fire her, Democrats are ready and willing to impeach her. I now call on the great gentleman from California, Congressman Ruiz.
I want to thank Chairman Espaillat and the Congressional Hispanic Caucus for organizing this rally and press conference, and all the other great leaders from all the other caucuses. I am here today at the Department of Homeland Security to join my colleagues in demanding accountability for the indiscriminate mass deportation of non-criminal immigrants and killings of U.S. citizens and the United States, here in the United States, that have left our country less safe, from Los Angeles to Chicago and now Minneapolis. Accountability starts at the top, and that is why I'm calling on Secretary Kristi Noem to be impeached and removed from office immediately. Under Secretary Noem's leadership, ICE and CBP have presided over widespread civil and human rights violations, including violence and unlawful arrests, the targeting of non-criminal immigrants, the repression of citizen observers and advocates, and inhumane treatment and conditions inside detention centers. Last year was the deadliest year in over 2 decades, with more than 56 people dying under the custody of ICE and CBP. Families and advocates have raised serious concerns about medical neglect, inadequate care, and unacceptable conditions inside detention facilities. These include severe overcrowding, freezing temperatures with lights kept on around the clock with sleep deprivation, denial of timely and adequate medical care, and the dismissal of serious pain and medical emergencies, like what happened to Luis Beltran Yanes Cruz, who was in the Imperial Valley Detention Center, complained of chest pain. Family called in, says he's having chest pain. They neglected to act. He died days later in John F. Kennedy Memorial Hospital in Indio, California, in my district. As a member of Congress, I have a constitutional duty to conduct oversight of federal detention facilities. Yet I have now been denied entry to Adelanto Detention Facility twice, even after adhering to their own policy requirements, when as a member of Congress, by law, I am not required to do so. Blocking congressional oversight is unacceptable, unlawful, and deeply troubling. When oversight is denied, it raises a clear question. What is DHS trying to hide? If they are willing to behave violently and publicly toward non-criminal immigrants and U.S. citizens while the cameras are on, we must ask what is happening inside detention facilities behind closed doors and beyond public view. That is why I introduced the CHC endorsed humanitarian standards for individuals in ICE and CBP Custody Act to establish enforceable humanitarian standards so that kids and elderly have enough food and water to meet their daily requirements, so that individuals can take a shower, wash their hands without barriers, so that there's hygiene products for women and others, diapers for kids, adequate space to lay down and sleep, so guarantee health screenings to identify emergencies in order to prevent deaths and
This is something completely else. Yeah, I think that's in the shine. Yeah, this clip is in the shine. I'm definitely not watching all that. All right, so thank you for tapping in. I'm about to end this. Appreciate y'all tapping in for the continuation of the Frontline Black News. Join us sometime this week for the RBA. You're joining us Friday for Grand Rising, which is about to end the chase. You'll probably just give me a Lady Che. In the meantime, I share like and subscribe to all our platforms. Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook, The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's your Box Experience Enhance on Facebook and Twitter. So appreciate everybody that came through. Shout out to Twin, shout out to Cyberdon, shout out to Leonard, Joda, Yuda. Shout out to Max 285. Shout out to Master Musa. Shout out to Young Riaz. Shout out to MP. To Keezy. Yep, shout out to Keezy. I think that's it. Anybody else speaking and not speaking? For peace, love, light, reparations, delineations, separations, and Black empowerment. Chain Kruma signing off from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. Peace.